Ahem, hello. Good morning. Happy weekend. Happy weekend. Game dev time. Twitch, here we are. YouTube. There we are. Comms check. Happy weekend. Happy weekend. Sounds good. Cool. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing today? What have we been doing? Am I breakpointed? What's happening here? I am. Why am I breakpointed? Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, so last I left you all, I was trying to change my PCG serialization auto spawn auto serialization node. This guy, the environment item spawner that I created extending the static mesh spawner to do some serialization and to spawn from data tables and to handle respawning and stuff like that, regrowth kind of stuff. So I was changing that up because I wanted it to work with kind of the pseudo LOD system I have for my terrain chunks, where I want some points to be added to the instance static mesh components at all times, and those are the ones that affect the nav mesh. And then there's other ones, which is like the grass. I don't need those spawned when the mesh doesn't exist. So that's what I was working on, and for the most part that was working. But then there was just a lot of finickiness with getting them to get cleaned up and culled and saved, and I wasn't quite happy with quite frankly any of my own code, which is pretty common. And I kind of realized over the past week when I was working on it offline that it was because it was all based around when I had it in the partition runtime generated state, when I was using the mouthful, when I was using PCG in runtime hierarchical partitioned mode, it would be just kind of automatically spawning these PCG partition actors, and then those actors would be what kind of manage the life cycle. And so I had to do a lot of really hacky stuff in the spawner, like intercepting the points as they're going in and coming out, and, you know, assigning data and all that. And I've since changed the overall system to just spawn per chunk. So each chunk has an actor, and each actor has a PCG component on it, and it just uses that. So that's a lot simpler, and I have more control over it. And then I realized, like, as I was tinkering with this node, it was like, you know what, I don't need to do all this complicated stuff anymore. I can handle the serialization outside of the node because I actually have access to it. Hang on, I gotta check my PC over here. Okay. So yeah, I finally got it working the way I want to. Did a little bit of refactor for my saving subsystem, which I think I will continue to do some more. But it also turns out the LRU cache, like the built-in T LRU cache type that I was using, just kind of straight up wasn't working. Like, I was just storing strings in it, and it would just... these strings would just become invalid in the list, or whatever the underlying data structure was, and it was causing a lot of issues. So I ditched that, and I'm just using a doubly linked list to handle like the most recently used save, so I can keep them in memory. And I'm just kind of managing that manually rather than using the built-in LRU cache type, and that's working a lot better. And it's honestly a lot more clear as well. So we're using that, and I think I'll end up splitting a lot of the saving stuff out of this subsystem into its own. Kind of a bloated subsystem at this point. But it is working, and I can run around and things get cleaned up and they get spawned. Only using 4.2 gigs of memory right now, but that does increase as I move around, which I feel like it shouldn't that much. I guess it's 4.6. It's fairly stable. 4.5. Yeah, so that's something I've been keeping an eye on throughout this process. And I still have a few problems that I need to iron out with the system. So let's go back. There's some unrendered chunks now, but we don't have their grass points rendered on it. So we save a lot of memory that way. And we're actually, I changed it. I used to just have all these data sets serialized. But now, since I'm always going to have the terrain chunk actors, and I'm always going to have the PCG components, and I'm always going to have the instance static mesh components, I've changed it to just these are unserialized, and so I'm not. The only way they're being kept in memory is through the ISM, and I think I'm gonna kind of use that as a source of truth while they're spawned, while they have points. And so that's helped with memory as well. It was looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Still some runtime performance things I need to take care of. But we're looking pretty good. So I'm going to be continuing that refactor here. And right now, I guess I'm just going to keep going back through my environment item spawner. This is the PCG node that I created. And I'm just going to be ripping stuff out of here and figuring out where I need to put it. I think some of the stuff is just entirely irrelevant altogether, because the serialization is now happening through the actor, through the terrain chunk. Oh yeah, and I was trying to figure out if I needed this descriptor index still. So yeah, when an ISM gets spawned, it calls this terrain chunk method here. And then that method decides what to do with the instances. You know, if we should spawn them, you know, if they do affect the nav mesh or the chunk is rendered, then we spawn them. Otherwise, let's just serialize them, and we'll worry about it later. Another issue I keep having is, like, I'm doing all this on a background thread. I figured out that you can just turn PCG to multi-threaded, which it's off by default, and that will just inherently run it on the background thread, which did wonders for performance for me. But it's come with the side effect of some objects are not getting garbage collected when I end in the plane editor session, so that's kind of annoying. And so that only happens, it happens infrequently, not consistent. So we're going to keep trying to tackle that one as it comes up as well. We're also trying out Ryder's AI assistant, or JetBrains built-in AI assistant. So there is a lot more features now than when I first looked at it, like a year ago when it first came out. And they gave me another free trial, so I was like, sure, I'll try it out, test it out. We'll see how it compares to Copilot. It does seem to be built into the editor a lot better. It has a lot more features. It's got a lot more models to pick from as well for the chat, which I don't use that much. I really just care about the autocomplete, so we'll see how that goes. We'll see if those suggestions are any better or what have you. Okay, so I think where I left off before I started streaming was, where was it? Excuse me. Yeah, so the descriptor index now. Okay. I'm going to pull up terrain chunk actually over here. Environment item spawner over here. And so the flow of the node before was, you know, prepare data internal gets called. There is a save name on the node, which maybe I don't need that anymore. If this is not going to be in charge of saving, then it doesn't really make sense for the node to have a save name now, does it? And so perhaps I should change to using the node's unique ID to serialize it into a unique file name. Maybe now's the time to do that. So yeah, we would check if there's like a save. Should we be saving right now? Because there's like an overwrite data toggle, which maybe we don't need now either. And we've actually completely changed PCG to, because when it was runtime generated, it would rerun all the time. And so that prepare data node would just, or this prepare data function would just routinely get called. And so I have all these different checks for all the different like states it can be in, which is a lot. But now I'm only running it once, and then I'm just serializing the points, which actually is quite nice. So there's going to be a lot I don't have to worry about anymore. And so, yeah, we're going to rip out the whole saving stuff. But how it used to work, we would check if we need to be saving. If we're already saving, if we're in the middle of a save, we're just going to do nothing. Wait for the next time it gets called. Which, if you return false from here, that's essentially like returning whether or not this function is done running. And so returning false will mean that it runs again. And this is for loading. Like, or when it's done saving, it will grab it from the cache as well, which I've commented out. Now, if we're saving or overwriting data, we want to apply environment item metadata, which maybe I should rename this function, because this just runs the select. It's selecting the instances. It's running the RNG, so that still needs to happen, and we're doing that on a background thread now. So I think last stream that was hitching quite bad. It was taking like 200-300 milliseconds, which is a fucking lot. But now we're just throwing it on a background thread and forgetting about it till it's done. So all good there. And then reuse check done. I guess this is just a way for me to check whether or not this is the first time that it's running, which we don't need to do this at all anymore. Fix up metadata. That's maybe a byproduct of me fiddling with the points, intercepting them, updating them, setting them on the output data. So maybe we don't need that anymore, because I'm not going to be doing that quite so much. Maybe we just comment all of this out and see what happens. I don't know that we need that. We're not returning here anyways, so comment that out for now. And then we run the underlying prepare data internal. This is just like a fix for like invalid Kirks, which again, maybe we don't need the cyclical redundancy checks anyway now, because again, we're not fiddling around with the points so much. So maybe I don't need this. I'm gonna leave that there for now. And so this is what runs like the actual, this is what's like wiring up the attribute, because I'm setting an attribute on the point data for like, here's the static mesh that this point should be spawned as, and this prepare data internal is just kind of packaging that up into these mesh instance lists, which is what I eventually end up serializing. And then here's where I'm creating like the save container that I eventually populate with all the save data. I'm not doing anything with it here at this point, though, so I don't think we need that now either, actually. Meshy. Push button. Welcome in, mate. Happy Saturday. Yeah, I'm a meshy boy. So yeah, I think we could comment this out as well. Yeah, so we're just going back through, and I finally got the system in a way where I'm liking it. Still a couple problems we need to handle, but for the most part, it is working well. So now I'm just trying to figure out what do I still need, what do I not need, where should I put it instead? Yeah, we're not even doing anything here either, so comment that out as well. So really, like, we're only running one function here, which is just the RNG. And save name is empty. Don't care about that anymore. That's not even really getting hit either. Saving, we're not doing saving anymore. Yeah, so a lot of this just isn't happening. And let's comment this condition out as well. Okay, so we're just commenting everything. Yeah, okay, so let's run live coding on that, and we'll restart. Yeah, okay, so here's one of the problems I need to fix. Yeah, so we're like, all this is happening on the background thread, so we're creating like point data and metadata and stuff like that. And it apparently is still async. Now, there is this built-in method that I've been trying to utilize. new object any thread. Now this is a PCG function that essentially like registers this U object as being async, and then once it's done with like running PCG on this thread, it should be clearing that, because it keeps track of these objects and then it clears like the async status. Now the reason it's breakpointing here and not getting cleaned up and garbage collected is because it's still marked as async, so something's not working there, and maybe I should just take care of it myself, because essentially what you need to do to spawn a U object on a background thread is basically two things. First of all, you need to do an FGC scope guard, because you can't spawn U objects while garbage collecting. That can happen on a background thread. So, or rather, garbage collection happens on the game thread, but you could be spawning something on the background thread in the middle of that. So you need to have a GC scope guard in there. And then after you're done, or rather just sometime before you're done with the U object on the background thread, you need to clear internal flags and pass in the async flag to clear. And so that's how you properly handle spawning a U object on a background thread. And I was doing that, but then it was kind of throwing a fit, because at the end of the PCG async stuff, it like tries to clear all those flags, and they're already cleared, and it's like, hey, I'm expecting a flag here. I'm like, well, I already took care of it, please stop bothering me. And it's like, no, I'm gonna bother you every time. So kind of in a bit of a standoff here. And that's why I say my own code is 98 of them. The 99th problem is PCG. So yeah, let me do a quick breakdown of where I'm calling new object. So I know I do it, I'm creating new point data when I'm selecting the instances. Yeah, so we have to create new point data because the point data is immutable. And so I have to create new point data and then set it, I think at the very, right here. So this is actually, it's a const pointer. So I have to like create new data and then set it. That's one spot that we're doing it, but we are registering it with the system there. New object, and here I'm just creating the ISMC, which may be... Oh yeah, and then I think I'm making sure that the execute internal is happening on the main thread, game thread. There's a way for me to do that. Do I still have that? Oh yeah, can only execute on the main thread. So basically, if we're not in the execute phase, run on a background thread. This is amazing. That if I listen long enough, I'd start to understand, but no, not yet. Well, what are you confused about? I can try to explain better. I'm probably skipping over quite a few things. I feel like I'm not a good teacher because I don't have a proper understanding of what people do and don't know. So I either over-explain or I don't explain enough. So happy to go into detail about, honestly, anything, any system I have. Really, you don't need to try. I'm pretty day one. Day one with game dev, or day one with Unreal Engine, or both. I have been there, and Unreal Engine is an absolute fire hose to drink from. You'll get there. You'll get there. I think watching Unreal Engine streams and stuff like that, or game dev streams, is immensely helpful. Well, you just get more exposure, right? Even if you're not like intently paying attention or anything. I'm really good at loading up templates. Hey, that's a start. Now you just got to get good at looking through the templates. And then you get good at copy and pasting from templates. And then you get good at connecting the copy and pasted things together. And I did that for probably 2 years when I first started learning how to code back in the day. That was like 2 years of my life just copying and pasting things. And eventually, you'll get to the point where you actually write things yourself. And the world will open up. Okay, yeah, so that live coding ran there, right? Oh no, we're still stuck because we're stuck on that on the garbage collection thing. So let's just ignore that for now. Let's see if this still runs properly. Things are spawning. That's good. Terrain is spawning. Points are spawning. Yes, yes, yes. Now navigation should be spawning too. Cool. We're loading the invisible chunks now. Yep, and then the points therefore are loading post haste. There we go. Okay, so now we're done kind of preloading all these chunks out here. And the points. So there should be, I want to check the cache. Let me check the cache. Where is the tick function? Okay, how full is the cache right now? Current cache size in megabytes, 98. Okay, so I may want to increase that cache size. And let me see, cleared PCG point cache. How many times did we hit this? Breakpoint. 71 times. Dear Lord. Okay, so okay, that's quite a bit. Let me look at PCG save infos. What do we got? This should just be all the unloaded things. We have 179 things that have been saved or put into the cache, or both. Yeah, and really the only things that are bigger than 0.00 megabytes is the grass point. There's a lot of points for the grass. Why do I feel like that doesn't add up to 100 megabytes? I'm like manually keeping track of the size. Cache size is I divide by 1020, which maybe I just divide by 1000. But I mean, I don't know. That looks fine for now. That looks fine for now. Let's run forward and make sure they still get generated and stuff. Okay, so now we're like we're pre-generating even more chunks. And therefore running PCG as well for those chunks. Okay, so that got done. I think everything still looks as I suspect. Keep moving. Okay, yeah, we just loaded a bunch of points too. Yeah, so this chunk got loaded the points there. Now we're loading more. Okay, yeah, so we did spawn more chunks. Those all have, because the problem I was having before was like the points weren't getting loaded properly, so that's looking good. They're getting cleaned up properly too, like there's no grass floating around out here. So yeah, I think we're probably pretty good here. Okay, and here's the garbage collection issue again. Yeah, so I feel like the only, let me check my serialization subsystem here as well. So we're creating a save container here, point data here, but this is load PCG save. So yeah, potentially this would be causing that issue. I don't know, maybe let's not. So we could narrow this down a little bit. Maybe let's not load at all, which I think is happening from the terrain chunk now. Load PCG saves. I think that's just a serialization thing, so I don't think I have to worry about that case. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that or that. Yeah, so just the load called PCGs. So yeah, let's just comment that out for now. And we'll see if it still ends up happening. We'll run it a few times to make sure. And so if the garbage collection issue stops happening, then I know this is the area. Even though I'm clearing the internal flags so hard on this. Although I probably need to be extending this GC scope guard quite a bit, don't I? Yeah, that should be covering these new objects here, and it's not. Alright, run it. I also need to test the loading right now, because everything's just like... everything's saving right now. So we're overwriting the data each time we start the game. I'm just gonna wait for it to finish running here. Then I'll start moving around. Yeah, dude, coming up with those grass points is gnarly. That is a gnarly amount of code. Or not code, but time. Code time, yes. Ah, yes, of course, code time. Okay, I want to have it run one more time. Okay, saw some more stuff pop up, so we're good there. Okay, so yeah, they're not spawned. That is expected. I turned it off. And so this is kind of what it looked like before I fixed it. Just kind of these blank chunks here. But yeah, that should be sufficient. Let's stop playing. Okay, so we still hit the garbage collection issue. So it's the other one that's the issue. Well, that's nice, and that answers the question. So that's very, very nice that it did that for me. So it is the one in here that's causing the issue. This is the one I'm literally using the built-in function for. And this is what happens when I decide to use built-in things in Unreal Engine. They're just like, I'm not going to work the way you expect me to. I'll be like, why? I'm like, you got to dig through a dozen different engine files to find out why, because there is zero documentation on it. Be like, awesome, thank you, Unreal Engine, thank you, Tim Sweeney. So yeah, I'm just gonna try to let's just do it myself. So we're just gonna do new object here instead, and let's not use context. What do I want to be the parent of this? Perhaps that's the issue, although what usually is the outer? Maybe that was the issue. I'm not passing an outer in here. Oh, I think I was trying to do that, but it threw a fit. Of course. Of course. Okay, so no context anymore for the outer. I think I want the... Maybe let's just use the source component as the outer. Let me look at this. What usually... The save container... Oh, yeah, because it is point data on the save container that I'm creating here, but this is the point data that's on the tagged data. Yeah, what usually is this parented to? I'm going to maybe throw a breakpoint here, and then we can take a look at the UObject outer, and that way I can just match up with what the PCG subsystem, not subsystem, PCG framework does with its point data anyways. Although maybe I can just check that out real quick. Where's the pair data internal? That probably does something similar. Okay, because I know you have to be creating a new point data somewhere, right? Output point data, new object, any thread. Okay, I mean, I was doing the same thing. I was doing the same thing, and it didn't like that. I'll go out on a limb and say the PCG multi-threading mode is not not in a stable state. Just gonna take a guess at that. So, all right, we're gonna do it my own way then. We're gonna do it my own way. We'll see how that goes. So the point data is on the in tagged data, which is a struct. We can't parent it to that, which is context. We'll just put it on the source component. How about that? What's the 99th problem? PCG. That's the 99th problem. Welcome to No XP Monster. Happy Saturday. Not terrain chunk. I want to do the well, yeah, we'll do the component. Source component dot get. Okay, so that'll be the parent of the new point data. We need to wrap that. Yeah, so we need to do a little one of these boys here. Wrap that like that. FGC scope guard, and then we're just gonna clear async. Wait, clear internal flags, async. Okay, so that way I can get garbage collected. How am I doing? I'm doing good. The weekend, it's a happy day. We're doing game dev. Good day. Doing good. Okay, let's rebuild that. See if this makes a difference at all. If it doesn't, that's annoying. I don't know where else I would be getting this stupid garbage collection issue from. I'm excited to get past this part. This, you know, getting PCG loaded in and unloaded properly. And then I'll be working on getting some voxel data going as well. Or at least, I think it'll actually be more so vertex data. Because I don't have voxels, really. There's not a standardized unit. So that'll be a little bit interesting. So we'll get into that, and that'll allow me to do things like not spawn trees underground, like so, like we see here. Because right now I have no way to tell whether or not a PCG sampled point is underground or not. So once we get some vertex data or pseudo voxel data going, then I'll be able to tell that, and we'll start iterating on the PCG crafts a little bit. I just lurked, don't want to distract. No worries, distract away. I'm happy to be distracted. But yeah, we'll do that, and then after that I'm going to start actually spawning some entities in the world and getting them to interact with these systems. And we'll start iterating on the Colony Sim stuff a little bit more. Okay, so we're in here. Let's get some chunks generated, get some PCG generated, and then we'll pop out and see if we still get that garbage collection issue. We're spawning, things have spawned. Let's get another run. It's like I think I have it set to like every 3,000 Unreal Schmeckles is when it'll check for new chunks to spawn. Anytime the player moves 3,000 Unreal Schmeckles or whatever the units are. Okay. Yeah, we're not loading by design. We're not loading those points. So that's correct. But we did load the chunks. And okay, so end. We still have it. We still have the issue. Okay, where is this coming from? Where is this coming from then? This has to be an internal thing then. This has to be. Okay, so let's break this down a little bit more. Okay, so the issue is old world not cleaned up by GC, object PCG metadata, blah 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 blah, is being referenced by garbage collection keep flags, and I can see the flags right here. We have garbage and we have async. The async one is the problem. I have seen this issue before when you create things on a background thread, you have to clear the async flag or else it does not get garbage collected properly. How blue jumps reminds me of GTA 5 Red Dead Redemption 2 animations. That is a compliment. I will take that. I did not do most of that. That is all ALS. I am using the ALS C++ refactored community plugin. And my god, it is a gnarly plugin, but I think it looks quite good. And I know there are some people that don't quite like ALS, and I totally understand that. I get that, but me creating my own movement system I think would have been even worse. But once I start working with entities in a future stream, you'll see I have vertex animated instance static mesh components for my actors. They're not actually actors. And I just take all the ALS animations and I bake them into a texture using like the built-in plugin for that stuff. And it actually ends up looking pretty good. And that's just for like ones that are in the distance. And you can't really tell, like they swap back and forth in between actors and entities. And so, yeah, maybe we don't really need ALS as much as I thought. So maybe we end up getting rid of that someday. But for now, it's sticking around. What does PCG stand for? That is Procedural Content Generation. It's a framework in Unreal Engine, and that is what is actually doing the like all the trees and the rocks and the grass and stuff like that. Let me skip forward through here. Those are all spawned from these PCG graphs. This is what these graphs look like, and so they're similar to blueprint graphs in Unreal Engine, but it's kind of they have their own nodes. This is one I wrote for sampling my procedural terrain chunk, vertex, and triangle data. And that way I don't need collision, because usually for PCG you need to do collision traces to sample points on a surface, and most of it's built around using the built-in Unreal Engine landscape, which I don't use at all. I use my own dynamic mesh component chunks. And so I don't actually generate any dynamic mesh system. I say system. I don't actually generate any dynamic mesh components at first. I only generate those around the player, and then the ones farther away, I just generate the data using my compute shaders, my Martian cubes algorithm, and then we can sample that data from here. And I got like a point, how many points per square meter I want, and I can filter them based on the normal and stuff like that. And then essentially from there, once you have a set of points, you just kind of filter them down. You can apply some noise to them. And you can say, okay, I want points, between these thresholds, and okay, anything between these thresholds is trees. And then I have my own environment item spawner that kind of supersedes the static mesh spawner. But I can pass in some stuff from a data table to handle the respawning. And then my serialization system picks it up from there and saves the points such that I never need to run this graph again. So it's like an LOD system. Well, it can do that, but it's more so just a generate random points system. That at its base, that is what it's doing. And then you can use those points you can build your own meshes from those points. You can spawn. I think for the most part, it's just used for spawning like random stuff like trees, foliage, grass, that kind of thing. Like turning the lights out when you leave the room. Yeah, I think that would be something that would be handled outside of the system. This is more so just for coming up with the points. What you do with the points afterwards is up to you. Now, the way that they're spawned when you use these spawner nodes is they're spawned in a hierarchical instance static mesh. That has the built-in culling that I think you're talking about. So when you see me moving around in the world here and you see them appearing and disappearing, that is just that is a part of the hierarchical instance static mesh that this spawner uses the points to add to that component. So that's how that stuff works. And so I'm kind of like making my own LOD system. Like my chunks kind of have a little bit of an LOD system as well. So now I'm just trying to get those to match up and interact with each other. But yeah, we have some metadata that's not getting cleaned up. Now, where would this be getting created from? Because I am now no longer creating it myself anywhere, I don't think. Let's do just a full project level search for new object here. It's way more complex than I thought. It's not too bad. I mean, I'm doing a lot more with it than I'm doing it on hard mode, I think, for because my whole procedural terrain system and my entity system, like it kind of just goes outside of what Unreal Engine was built for. So I'm having to, it's a lot harder what I'm doing here than it needs to be. If you just like, if you do just a, you know, Unreal Engine landscape, which is what probably 99% of projects use, you can use PCG pretty easily, and you just kind of generate some points, pick some of those points, and you can spawn things on them. And that way you don't have to like hand place the points or anything like that. So it's primarily what it's used for. Not too bad if you use it normally. Couldn't be me though. Couldn't be me. Okay, so I am creating a new object, any thread save container here. Let me check this. Populates blah 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 blah. Point data. I am not creating point data, although I am setting it here. Normal is boring. I agree. Welcome in, Crazy Cowboy. How you doing? Update mesh. Yeah, I'm not spawning any. I'm not creating any new objects in here, so I don't think that's not going to be the source of my problems. ISMC, probably no. That's happening on the game thread. Don't need to worry about that. I'm doing good. I'm happy it's the weekend and we get to do some game dev. We get some solid chunks of time to hopefully finish up the system here. Yeah, I am creating the point data here, although let me look at this a little closer. Does point data just automatically get metadata created when it is instantiated? Where is the metadata? Is it just on? Where is? Hang on. Where are you? Who do you know here? Okay, you were on the spatial data. Gotcha. So when you say procedural, is that random with some boundaries or more structured than that? It can kind of be whatever you want, right? It's procedural is basically just like, maybe I can show it here. Let me run this again. I can give you an example of what the PCG, how the PCG framework works here. Let me get everything spawned. There we go. Okay, so what chunk is this? Let's do this one. This is chunk -1, 2, 0. So I'm going to go in here, and I have one of these graphs running for every single terrain chunk I have. So we have that there. Let's look at this. Okay, so I'm inspecting this node, the output data here. And so each one of these points of data has like it has a transform to it. It has a location. It's got a density on it as well, which is like, this is just like a random threshold. It's just kind of like randomly generated. So this is kind of going to look weird. But yeah, so I hit the debug on it. Let me click off it for now. And so all these little arrows, maybe let's change it to the PCG cube. Be easier to see. Okay, there we go. So now we have all these different colored cubes here. These are all the points. These represent all the points, and the different colors represent their density values, which again is just it's just right now purely random. So it looks like white noise on a TV, if you're old enough to remember that. So yeah, purely random. Now what I could do is I could just automatically density filter some of these. Let me pull this out real quick. Come smaller, please. Come on. What? Come on. Oh my god. Okay. And so that's the density information that we're seeing. Now if I pop over to the density filter, let me only do that one. So it's gonna rerun here. Don't know how to say that name, but welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Yeah, I'm that old. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one showing my age here. Now, that didn't do a very good job of displaying what I was trying to show. Let's, can I turn this up? Maybe if I turn that up. Well, no, it should be getting rid of a lot of those, actually. Okay, it doesn't like that I'm editing the graph right now because there's a lot of them spawned. So this is a very bad example. Usually it is not this laggy. And we're just gonna sit here because it's all frozen. But what you should have seen is like a lot of these points should have disappeared. They should have been filtered out, right? Because I'm doing a density filter, and all the points that don't exist within the bounds I set would have been gotten rid of. And so now the output of that node is a lot less points. Crazy Cowboy, thank you for the follow. Thank you guys. Welcome in. Welcome. And then what you can do is you can also apply spatial noise, which is not just purely random noise. This is something like you may have heard of Perlin noise or simplex noise, gradient noise. These are just different functions that give a cohesiveness, a continuity to the noise. So it's no longer purely random. It is still random, but it's more like cloudy. It's like grouped together. And then that's what I use to spawn the trees. So now we get these nice little tree groupings that flow from chunk to chunk, right? If we're using the spatial data, we're generating the random values based off of the point location. And so therefore, when we go from chunk to chunk and we use the same graph, they'll connect nicely. And I do that with some other things. I'm spawning like some mushrooms, some ferns, some rocks, and you can do that. That's kind of the, okay, we're just completely frozen now. So that's pretty sick. That's a pretty sick demo. Thank you. Yeah. Awesome. Usually you should be able to edit the graph at runtime, and then PCG will update for you and you can see the changes and stuff. Hopefully I explained that well enough, though. I would have liked to have shown that a little bit better. Sorry, I broke it. No, I broke it. My own code, like I said, 98 problems are my own code. And it's just because I have like I have one of those graphs spawned and ran for every chunk that we see here, which is like a couple hundred. So yeah, every time I change something, PCG wants to rerun on everything. So yeah, that's the issue. So we're just going to rebuild from there because there's no point of no return now. But yeah, hopefully I explained kind of the procedural nature of that. And then you can take that same concept of spatial randomness and you can apply it to terrain as well, which is what I've done and why I have I have 3D noise, which will allow me to create those underground tunnels and stuff that you saw. This is what Minecraft does. This is what No Man's Sky does. Valheim. So yeah. I have a bit more of a clue now. It's mind-blowing, but I think I see what you're getting at. Yeah, this has been about 2.5 years of work. So not just on this system, but it has been 2.5 years of a journey to get to where I am. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's, I want to put a breakpoint here. Well, let me throw a log in here to breakpoint on, actually. Hello? There we go. I don't actually need it to log anything. I don't actually care about the log. I just need a line of code to breakpoint upon. I came here for the description, Goldman. I'm glad you liked it. I was struggling. I was sitting here. I was like, what am I going to work on? How do I explain what the hell I'm working on in a Twitch title? I'm like, I'm just trying to fix my own issues. And I was like, oh yeah, well, we'll just go with that then. Welcome in though, Devo. Welcome in. What we're trying to do is just delete my old code, really. We're trying to figure out what we should delete, what we can get rid of. Kind of refactored some systems relating to PCG. So PCG is the 99th problem. And originally I had it written as I got 99 problems and PCG is 98 of them, but I was like, you know what, that's not fair, because PCG is not a problem if my own code doesn't interact with it. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, so we got the breakpoint there. Actually, I don't know, because really there's only ever like one metadata. I guess I just want to see if the metadata gets created. Okay, new point data. What are you? What do you look like? Spatial data, metadata. Okay, so the metadata does get created. Okay, so maybe I just need one of these boys. No metadata, clear internal flags, async. Okay. So just rebuild that. We're just gonna rebuild that right away. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to finishing the system. Kind of two different things happening here is like, one, I rewrote the static mesh spawner node to kind of do my own thing to handle respawns and to handle originally serialization as well, because I wanted to serialize these points so I didn't have to rerun the graph to get the points anytime. I'm just going to save them so I can save on some compute cycles there. And doing some RNG to select the points. And the reason I need to do my own RNG to select the points is because I want to respawn like trees and stuff, you know, like, you know, if I spawn, and these are going to be interactable, right? And they are already to a certain extent, but like there's some mushrooms, right? There's some mushrooms in the forest. A colonist can go over and pick a mushroom. I can go over and pick a mushroom. I don't want that to just be the end of the, like mushrooms should regrow, right? They should. And so I don't have a system for this built, but I do have the data for it set up. And so I have these data tables with my environment items, is what I'm calling it. And they have a bunch of settings for like, how often should they respawn? You know, what static meshes should they use when they respawn? I have some scale min and max in there, so I can kind of like, you know, for trees, if you want them to regrow, it's not just gonna pop in at the same, it's not gonna pop in as a fully grown tree, right? You want it to pop in as a sapling. Then maybe you just scale the sapling a little bit taller over time, and then maybe you switch to a different mesh. And so here's that data table. Also, an important thing to note are these resource types and gather types and tool types. This is important for me because it's what's going to allow my colonists to interact with the world in an intelligent way, to interact with these PCG points, because, you know, I want to be able to go tell my colonists to go chop wood or go gather wood, right? Like maybe there's going to be some sticks on the ground that give wood, some branches or something. Maybe you don't need an axe for that. You don't need to chop that down, right? You don't need the wood cutting skill. Get those. But maybe I do have a colonist who has a pretty high wood cutting skill, so I tell him to go chop trees. He needs to know which points in the world represent the trees without them actually being spawned. Interesting. Okay, what's happening here? No log. No log at all. Right, right. Why can't we set the value here? Point mesh. Static mesh attribute. What's the issue here? Couldn't apply expression side effects, couldn't dematerialize a result variable, couldn't read its memory. For default value. As far as I know, okay, so default value is marked as invalid here. This is a new one. This is a new one. The default value for the static mesh attribute, which an attribute is just like a column of data on the point. Default value is just none. It's just a string. Why would it be invalid? Why? Oh, just background thread things, you know. Let's go back here. Static mesh attribute, default value. It's automatic. It just starts invalid. It just woke up and chose violence today, I see. Why are you invalid, sir? Alright, here I go digging through the source code again. What happens to you? We just go new blah blah blah. I mean, yeah, you just get directly set. So what's the deal with airplane food? New point data. Name is none. I don't know that matters. We have points. That looks valid. Metadata. Now, this is happening on the tail end of me clearing the metadata async flag, which we are doing find or create attributes on the metadata. Maybe let's do this at the end of the function. Let's do that at the end and see if that does that make a difference. Coffee time. The deal with airplane food is that those little juice boxes of wine just look like juice boxes when you bring them to work for lunch. That's an expensive work lunch juice box. Those are like $9 on an airplane. Crazy. I think there are more effective ways to fuel your alcoholism. More cost-effective ways. Not that I condone that. Back in my day, we just put vodka in a water bottle. Okay. Okay, more issues. Wonderful, wonderful. Find the supplier and buy in bulk. Yep, supplier's Costco. Always is. Always has been. Okay, so now is this related? So was this happening in apply environment metadata? What was happening? Select. Yeah, it was. Okay, so it's after we got past that. Why are you an issue now? Prepare data internal. What's going on here? Asynchronous. True. What is objects to load here? Okay, so. Oh, this is just the static meshes. It's easier to expense the airplane food though. Yeah, just I don't know if you're itemizing wine juice boxes and you got to send it to your boss or whatever. Like, bro, you drink 17 wine juice boxes and it was $140. What the hell, dude? Yeah, I mean, these are just the static meshes. And this is not an issue that I've had before. I swear this never happened. Okay, let's not clear async and verify that goes away. So I'm going to not clear internal flags on the metadata. Okay. Now let's run it back. Run it back. Okay, yeah, so far nothing is happening. Okay, so yeah, we still have, okay, this is different now. God, everything is falling apart. All I did was clear async flags. Like, what, why are you so mad at me, Unreal? And now we just got, like, this, random memory allocation issue. Which is not giving me a stack trace that's worth a damn at all. Garbage, okay, so we were collecting garbage after the end of the level. I'm gonna write that off. I'm gonna write that off. We're gonna ignore that. until it comes back and bites us in the ass. And honestly, the original issue was just like a warning that can be skipped, and it's something that wouldn't get hit in like an actual packaged game. So we're trading that for issues that would actually crash the client, which I think not a very good deal. I think we're getting screwed on this deal. So we may need to negotiate with the engine. I'm gonna wait for this to get done loading before I end the level, because I'm sure that that is what caused that memory allocation issue. Okay, end. Okay, so yeah, here back to where we started. It is indeed the metadata, the metadata. Now, do that. Get forward past those. Cool. Good. Live coding. Go away. What? Okay. Play. It's going okay. Todd Makes Games. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. My dad's name is Todd. Are you my dad? My dad does not make games. My dad does not make games. If you knew my dad, that would be funny. Okay. Yeah, no issues yet. No issues yet. Who's your daddy? Come on, it's only 10:30 a.m. where I'm at. We gotta wait till 10:30 p.m. for that kind of talk. What a strange first chat. Yeah, and that is now eternalized in the Twitch logs. Okay, yeah, so we're all good. Let's stop. Okay, we still have the issue. So we're clearing async. Maybe that live coding didn't actually go through. Let me make sure, because sometimes Rider's a little lame with how it saves. So we're gonna save, hard save. Okay, we're done saving. Let's run it again to make sure we actually got that clear internal flags. Because we still had the garbage collection issue, so just we're gonna double check here. Come on, did you get your patch and everything? Okay, cool. Okay, now let's do it. Oh, new keyboard feelings, yeah. Always happens. Always happens. Just fat fingering everything. Okay, no issues yet either, but I imagine when this stops running... When this stops running... Glittering and... Okay, it stops running. Same issue. Okay, so that... What? Okay, let me actually read it. This time maybe it's something different. No, it's still the metadata. Is there an early out happening? Hang on. Let me make sure that this is actually getting hit. That's a filter, so no return there. Yeah, we should be hitting that every time. Unless we're here, but then we're not even creating the point data. Ah, boy. Maybe I should comment this. Maybe I should, yeah, maybe I should not run this code at all. Okay, so we're just gonna do that now. And we'll see if it still happens. Then I'll verify that maybe this is the 99th problem. Will you stop trying to do that? It keeps trying to format the engine files. I don't want that. I mean, I do want that, but there's nothing I can do about that. The no line limit in the Unreal Engine source code is the most triggering thing, I think. Yeah, so we got a bunch of errors because yeah, we're not actually setting any static meshes or anything. So actually, maybe there are no points to be garbage collected now. We'll see. Yeah, here are my caves. This is my 3D noise. So I switched my terrain generation algorithm to a compute shader, and it runs just like giga fast now, which is awesome. And I figured out marching cubes, and so that allowed me to create like these little caves and stuff, which I think are pretty cool. And then I paired that with some different like these are like the blob caves, the cheese caves as Minecraft calls them. Then we got some noodle caves, and I'm not quite happy with the noodle caves. They're okay. They're okay for now. But yeah, so we get this little cave, and it's got the, it should be fully navigable too. Like there's the nav map, so we can have colonists that go down in here for stuff, which I think is pretty sweet. But yeah, here's our noodle caves, and then we come back out up here. Wow. But they're a little too circular for my liking. Like where was that one? Like that's just a circle. That's just a circle. I don't like that. And I actually took this noise and I like multiplied it horizontally to stretch out the, it kind of stretched the noise. And then that way we get like flatter, like this, the one I just traversed, like this is actually traversable and it's not like too steep or anything because I stretched it out and stuff, so. Hyperon's live. Hello there. Welcome in. We're just admiring my nudes. My noodles. I'm Dan. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, everyone. Yeah, so very, very happy to get that done in a compute shader too. Runs super fast. I still do a height map based approach as well. Appreciate the follows, guys. So we have a height map here. And let me actually, maybe there's a good enough people in here that maybe they don't know much about my project. Here's the world here. And it's completely procedural. And what we're looking at here is the world map, randomly generated world map based on a seed. So, you know, very similar to what you'd see in Minecraft or Valheim or something like that. And what I do is I just take some Voronoi cells and Voronoi cells. Do I have an example of that? I don't know that I have an example of that. I don't have an example of that. But Voronoi cells, man, let me Voronoi cells. It's just an R. It's just it'll look something like this. That's what this starts as, right? And then I start assigning each cell a color, just in memory, from a set of colors, and each color, right now, represents a different biome, and so that'll mean a different PCG graph that runs on it. Right now, I only have two. I have forest and I have meadow, and that's what we've been seeing as we've been testing here. And so I just start connecting these different colors, and that starts, or I start assigning colors, and that starts connecting the Voronoi cells into these interesting shapes. And then that's what kind of creates a zone, right? And so I'm not generating very many chunks in a radius around the player. But maybe I can turn that on and show that off here a little bit. But each pixel on here represents a terrain chunk. And so for each terrain chunk, I can figure out what biome it needs to be. And I do some other things here, like one I was going to show is this mountain here. Is actually the border below me. So that'll be right here. And then there should be, there's a break in the mountains where this white dot is. I call these the zone entrance chunks. And that's how you get from like zone to zone. And I intend for each of these zones to kind of like tell a different story and stuff like that. I have LLM generated quests. I go hit the Gemini API and be like, hey, fill out this JSON object with quest information for a fantasy video game. And then I like basically just dump my entire item database in the prompt because it's got the 2 million context window. And yeah, it'll I've actually gotten it to like spawn mobs and stuff like that. It doesn't really do anything that smart now, but intend to iterate iterate on that, and each one of these zones, like, I have like a random name assigned to it. Like, this is the Cyclops Cave of Brutality. Not a very good name for a meadow biome, but we'll get there. This is Thunderclap Plateau. It's a swamp, so not a plateau. Yeah, and so each of these will have a different set of terrain height map noise. And I figured out how to do like a weighted average blend between a chunk and all of its neighbor chunks, so the noise kind of smoothly blends into each other. So if we were to go into this zone, the noise should be swampy. It should be more swampy. This is like a kind of plainsy type biome, and then I've got like some mountainous biome. Yeah, this one's a mountain. Oh yeah, great name for a zone, just called Lost Caravan. Yeah, that's wonderful. These are LLM generated names as well. So I just had it spit out a bunch, and I threw it in a data table, and I just select a random one. The Vintner's Vineyard of Wine. That'll be a fun story. And so I intend to like kind of pass all this information to the LLM and start generating quests and stuff like that. And then it's going to be a colony sim. So I have an ECS system built to be able to, I want as much of the world actually running at all times as possible is what I'm going for. That's the innovation that I'm trying to do. So there's going to be actually colonists moving around and interacting, and I've gotten combat to happen completely in memory. And so hopefully that'll be pretty cool. But yeah, that's how these zones start out. And this is actually how the world map looks. And then I overlay that Voronoi map on top of this. And then I just sample the color here. It's because it's in black and white, it'll be a value between 0 and 1. So you can kind of see how there's oceans up here where the value is 0, and then it's like kind of lighter up here. So this is actually closer to 1. I see the altitude is 0.98. I treat that as the altitude. So each set of terrain noise has a different way of reacting. It has a different curve that it uses to apply to this altitude number to say like how much it is affected by the altitude, right? So like a swamp zone is not going to be affected very much by the altitude value, but like the mountain, that will. So that zone will be up higher. That's the intention. Still need to do some work on that. But then down here closer to the ocean, these are all like darker. So those are lower. So yeah, that's how the world's generated. And it's 128 by 128. We may need to make it smaller because that's actually pretty fucking massive. And I don't think I'm going to be able to keep all that in memory. Very cool stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Local Gemini sometimes. Yeah, I want to have a local, I want to see what I can do with a local LLM as well, just for like, you know, just like some banter between colonists and stuff like that, just to add a little bit of flavor in there. Oh, you got the Kinesis. That's one of the split keyboards, huh? Yeah, that would be a learning curve for me. The more I understand this, the more I like it. Can imagine being applied to all sorts of things. Yeah, random stuff is fun. Procedural noise. I love noise. Noise is good because it's all just, you know, noise on top of noise on top of noise, and you just give that noise different meanings and representations in the world. It's cool how you convert the noise to the biomes. Yeah, thanks. I do it a little bit differently. I just kind of like, that's what I came up with just for myself. And then recently I've watched some talks that the guy who built No Man's Sky, he did a talk on how they apply noise. And then one of the guys that works on the Minecraft, when they rewrote their noise gen, he kind of talked about it as well. And so I do it a little bit differently. Like, they let their noise dictate where the biomes start and end. And they just have like okay, noise, like they have noise on top of noise on top of noise. And then they just say, hey, for noise A, values between here and here can be any one of these biomes. And then for noise B, you know, that's like the humidity. And so that's like how hot or cold the area is. Hot or cold in air quotes. And then they just have these kind of like hash tables that they use to like, when they get the value for each zone, or it's really each chunk. Or each, I think they may even do it, Minecraft may even do it on each voxel. And they let that define their zones and their biomes. So it's all kind of in one noise, Uber noise function. That's what Sean Murray calls it. But then I kind of do it backwards, where I'm like, I generate it in different steps. And I'm hoping to be more effective at telling stories with that. I think I'll be able to, like, you can get it done either way, but I think the way I'm doing it will be more optimal to like pass to like an LLM. Because like with how Minecraft is, right? Like you can imagine a village spawned in Minecraft, just randomly plopped down, right? And it may be a village that's right next to a cave, and that's just kind of random. But like, how do those villagers know that there's a cave right next to them? They don't at all. The villagers are dumb, right? But for me, what I would want, like, this is called the Cyclops Cave of Brutality. So like, if I were to give that name to an LLM and be like, hey, here's the name of the zone, there's a village, you know, I can give it what things are spawned in the zone as well. If I do it in steps, I can pick, kind of randomly pick what's spawned in the zone. And maybe if I'm picking that there's a cave in the zone as well, I can say, oh yeah, there's a village here, there's a cave over here, you know, there's maybe some farms over here or whatever. Then the LLM will probably pretty clearly spawn a Cyclops in that cave and create a storyline around it. And I won't have to like query, you know, because I'm sure you could write some algorithm that could query the terrain and determine if there's a mountain there, if there's a cave there or whatever. But that just seems really fucking complicated. But if I like in a pre-gen stat, I kind of just use the terrain noise as a backdrop, right? Like I spawn all the features and stuff first and then use the noise as a backdrop. And then I can just kind of cleanly tell the LLM what, like, each colonist will have, you know, what's around it in the zone and stuff. It'll have knowledge on that. So that's kind of what I'm hoping to do with it. Long way to go. Long way to go. If I was to take a real world topology map, it probably wouldn't take forever to convert it into a game map here. Well, that's there's already ways to do that. I think Houdini is a tool that can just do that, right? I don't think you'd need to do any procedural things there. But yeah, there's definitely a way to do it. And I think that's been done before somewhere. Have you tried LM Studio? It's an easy GUI to get started with local LLMs. I've not looked into the local stuff too much. Kind of just waiting because I know they'll just get better and better. I'm just kind of waiting. I have looked at the Kaggle repository for stuff though. What's the red color? Red is mountain. That is the mountain biome, which right now I think just runs the forest graph. Cyan is meadow, green is forest, blue is swamp, yellow is desert, black is ocean. But yeah, right now I don't have stuff built to actually represent that yet. But that's what it will. That's what it will mean. So yeah, let's stop this. Do we still get the garbage collection issue? We do. Okay, so it's not our code. Yes. Okay. I would actually prefer it to be my own code, so I can actually understand that. Okay, so it has something to do with... Oh, it has something to do with how this is running on the background thread. And one of my huge inspirations for this game is RimWorld. RimWorld's probably one of my favorite games. I have thousands of hours of that. And so that's using that. I'll be using that for a lot of inspiration for like the RNG in relation to Colony Sim and all the craziness that can ensue from that. Studio is nice because it can load different models. They give you a database of models to download from and always adding. Oh, yeah, that does sound nice. Yeah, I'll have to look into that when I get there. Web tool. Yeah. So, case in point, right there. Yeah, there's definitely some tools out there that can do that pretty easily. And I know I was watching the No Man's Sky noise talk, and one of the ways Sean Murray started when he was creating No Man's Sky was he started trying to sample real world data and pair it with random noise generation. But then he found out that real world data isn't actually that exciting because it's just super large expanses for a while. Like for video game terrain, you want it to be a lot more interesting. Otherwise you'll just be running through like a field of nothingness for a while. And so that's why he went with the solution he has now. Anyways, let's figure out what the hell is going on with this metadata. So Range chunk PCG component. So it's definitely because I'm running this async. Now I feel like it should be cleaning this up on its own, but it's not. So should I, the two options here, I can try to get it working correctly in the way that it expects it, such that it could clean it up itself, or I could just manually. I could just manually do it. Now, is this PCG point data on the output data or the input data? Maybe I'll put a breakpoint here. Let's put a breakpoint here and I'll just start inspecting. If you really want to push the resolution for real world data, you have to fax your social security number to a random government building in South Dakota. Petabytes of elevation data. I mean, can't you just get I mean, I guess you're saying that's the high quality data. I was gonna say, I remember doing some work for a tornado siren company, and I just used some Google Earth data, and it suited our needs. Okay. We want metadata. There it is. Okay. Okay, it is marked as async. I see it. Now I'm gonna guess that this is yeah, if I clear this, if I clear the async status myself, let me check the input data too. If I clear the async status myself, it's gonna get mad at me when it tries to clear it. We kind of have a catch-22. Yeah, it does seem to just be the output data. I don't actually want to find my predicate. Output data dot tagged data. Although this is going to be const, isn't it? I guess I can still clear internal flags on a const pointer. Doesn't seem right, but here we are. Okay. Let's see what happens. Run live coding there. Stop that. Ah, shit. Yeah. It's gonna happen again. No. Oh, I hate delegates. Oh, no, this isn't a delegate. Please, sir. Please. Please let me go. No, okay, we're gonna have to rebuild. Yeah, so I guess when there's a bunch of background thread async stuff happening with generating the terrain chunks and the PCG points, it doesn't like to be stopped during that. It does not seem to be able to end very gracefully. Pin meter resolution data is more than enough, and that's all. Like, ah, gotcha. Yeah, see, this is what I thought would happen, right? It's expecting it. Like, this is so dumb. So this is what I was talking about, where like it should be able to clean itself up. This is what I was thinking should be happening. And like they wrote this with this assertion here that it has the async flag before it clears it. Which, like, dude, just clear it. You don't need to be so picky. Like, clearing it would just be a no-op. So okay, so I guess we're stuck with We need to make sure that this output data wait, get data returns an array? Oh, wait, tag data. Okay, yeah, the way I'm doing this is weird. How does that even work? How does this even work? And this is an array. Anyways, I need to figure out how to make sure that this output data is, excuse me, is subscribed to this like async system, which like the output data, I'm not touching that. So I don't think I am, at least. Let me make sure here. Oh yeah, I am. Yeah. Oh, I'm clearing it here as well. Import data. Okay, but this is the one that's not like subscribed, and I'm setting the input data. This is the input data. Yeah, so I'm not touching the output data. That should be getting created in prepare data internal, which uses the, yeah, right there, Fred. Let me look at this real quick. Yeah, so this async objects array is what it needs to be in. And I found that this is running on main thread is not necessarily true. Yeah, so maybe a couple options. Maybe I can just try and set this flag to what it should be. Although I'm not hitting it, so maybe we're just not even getting in here. Or maybe I can just manually add it to the async objects array. Although this is an array, right? Oh, it's a set. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's just do that real quick. Let's see what happens there. Save slot? No, we don't want the save slot. Tag data. Context. What is it? Async state dot async objects. Oh, I can't. It's private. Oh, that's annoying. Ooh, boy. Okay, there goes that idea. Okay. Now what? Now what? I can recreate the output data myself, but I guess in order to get this to happen, well, if I create it myself, I can not put it in a list, which maybe means I can get around it complaining at me. What an annoying issue. Like, everything else, it's working fine. I just want this, like, this assertion to go away. That's annoying during development. Output. Yeah, like... Wait, where's output defined at? There it is. Outputs. Context output data tagged output. Yeah. Okay, so what am I gonna do about this? This is so stupid. Yeah, why wouldn't it be clearing the status? Maybe let's think about that. Get rid of that. That's a bust. I've stopped changing the status myself, so that should just be managed by PCG. Let me look. Where was that? Is it in? Yeah, here we go. Okay, where? Let me look at where this async objects is called. When the active graph task gets destructed, that's just moving the memory. Okay, so yeah, this is not getting hit, I suppose. Clear async flags, let's look at that. Yeah, that's the place I was. Okay. Let's read this comment. A very, very long comment. Oh, I can't even fit on my screen. Remove async flags from objects created in async PCG tasks so that they can get tracked by the garbage collector properly. The reason to do this here and not in the PCG context destructor is that the PCG context might get copied in blueprint node execution, causing multiple instances of the same async objects list. The graph active task is the true owner of the original context. We let it do the cleanup. Okay, that answers nothing for me. That answers absolutely nothing. Where are you called from? I guess I have the stack trace, don't I? Yeah, you could call from there, which... I mean, all this async stuff is just so hard to track. Yep, just post, task, execute. Okay, like, yeah, I have pretty much zero control over everything that's happening here, which is what is so frustrating about working within Unreal Engine sometimes. They're just like, yeah, if you don't do things exactly the way that the framework expects you to, then it's just gonna throw a fucking fit. Okay, what can I do here? I can copy the entire prepare data internal function and do it myself. Time to write your own engine. You're not the first to try and gaslight me into doing that. That's a trap. I'm not doing that. Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of the issue here, right? This is what's subscribing the point data to this clear async flags step. I mean, I can copy this entire function and just run it myself and just like delete this part, you know? That's kind of annoying though, right? Like that feels so messy. I'm not sure I see a better way forward right now, though. I could delete some of this stuff too, right? Because this managed ISM component. I'm not letting PCG manage the components at all, so I don't even need that section. It just feels so bad. I already did that with the execute internal function. So it's like at this point, why am I even extending the static mesh spawner, right? Like I'm not even using anything in it anymore. Because I've just copied the functions anyway. All right, fuck it. Let's do it. Fuck it. Copy the whole thing. Yeah, give me that. We're just gonna... Where are we? We're just gonna take that, and we're just gonna drop it like it's hot. Right down there. Boom. Okay. Context, current. Okay, so the context, what do we have for context here? In context. Yeah, get rid of that. We already have the context. To do, time slice implementation. Not anymore. Not anymore. PCG log. I don't have that. I don't have the CVAR console variable. So get rid of that. Get rid of the logs. Yeah, this is the managed ISM part. So yeah, just delete that whole thing. Reuse check done. Yeah, so yeah, I don't even need any of that. Although I don't know what this get dependencies Kirk thing is, so I'm gonna leave that in there for now. Delete all the logs. We don't need logs here. We just code off vibes. We're just vibes. And Unreal Engine is not giving good vibes right now. Okay, so that seems to resolve. Now, where is the section where it hurts? Yes, right there. New object. Instead of context, we will do context source component dot get. Perfect. Initialize from data. Okay. Okay. I suppose let's just clear. I'm wondering if I clear the async flag too soon. I wonder if this, if these output points get accidentally garbage collected. But they are being like added to things, so hopefully that means, right? Like this data has a U property on, so hopefully that means something positive for me. Okay, and so we actually, hang on. We actually need to do one of these boys. Yeah, give me one of those, and give me an FGC scope card. Okay, now we're off to the races. And hopefully, does that solve our issue? God, what is all this with editor bullshit? I hate that. It's so messy. I mean, I get why it's necessary. It just gets so messy. Okay, let's just fuck it. Let's see if it runs. See what happens. Let's see what happens. And honestly, it's doing this, there's this concept of time-sliced operations in the PCG world. And it's where it slices up the data and only processes a portion of it each frame. Now, I believe it does that so that it can run on the game thread and still be performant. I don't need it to run on the game thread, though. The only thing I need to run on the game thread is the actual spawning. So maybe I just get rid of that whole time sliced notion in there where it's like partitioning the points and stuff, because that does make it more complicated. Oh yeah, we're not even doing anything with the points anymore. Forgot. Well, but we were still hitting the assertion, so I guess we can still test. That. So I'm gonna let that finish running. I'm gonna let you finish. Okay, let's run around here. Okay, generating more. My God, it's so much less performant now. What is happening? All I did was copy and paste the code, my dude. We're doing the same stuff. We're actually we should be doing less. Okay, we ran stuff. We'll let that finish and stop. Okay, no breakpoints. Fuck. Okay. Alrighty then. The metadata is still an issue. Oh yeah. I didn't do that part, did I? Yeah, didn't do that part. Okay, now put that there, and let's just spawn the points as well. Where did I comment that out? Internal prepared data internal? Wait a second. Wait a second. There it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah, clearing it there as well. Okay, so let's rebuild. Get a fresh, clean slate. Why are you borking? Can you stop borking, please? Okay, thank you. Okay. Yay, things are spawning. Cool. But we still need that assertion to not get... triggered. Okay, we good? Okay, let's get some points generated in the distance. Okay, things are going. Mister, what do you have? Come here. Come here, buddy. No, don't eat that. Take it. What was that? A piece of styrofoam, bro. My dog just had like a little piece of styrofoam on his nose. He was like licking it. Where did you find that? Okay, wait. Do we not, Oh, yeah, I'm not doing that part either for testing, yeah. Oh, we didn't hit the thing. Oh, we did it. Thank God. Oh, thank God. I hope that, remains... I hope that stays the case. Let's turn back on this part. The loading of the points. Yeah, right there. Run live coding. Thank God. My dog's always trying to eat bad things for her belly. Yeah, my dog likes to just eat the floor. She's just always licking. She's a little chunk. She just wants to eat. She's only 8 pounds, but she's got the mind of like a Doberman. She just wants to eat everything. Being a chunker is a mindset. Okay. Run around. If I can digest it as food. That's a pretty based viewpoint on life. So not Taco Bell. Sad. Sad to hear. Okay, yeah, things are spawning. Things are getting cleaned up properly. Okay. 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 Ending game. No! No! God damn it. Okay, now this happened again with the metadata. Why, God, why? But this happened when I was loading the cold PCG ISM. Let me look at this. Load PCG save. What are we doing? Yeah. I mean, we're clearing all the flags here too as well. Oh. What, I mean, what the hell else can I do? What else can I do about this metadata? Come on now. Come on. Throw me a bone here, Unreal Engine. Being referenced by garbage collection keep flags. Where else? Let me just do a... Oh boy, there's a lot of places. Okay. Yeah, this is where I'm clearing it myself at the end. A bunch of these are actually test files, so maybe not in as many places. New object, clear flags, clear flags, clear flags. Yeah, okay, so where else is this getting created? That such that it is getting the async flags that are not getting. Why? What, where, why, and how? Okay, let me turn off the terrain chunk load part again. And we'll see if that's the issue, because it did work once. So let's see if we can get it back into that working state, or if that was just a fluke. Okay, thank you. Thank you, live coding. Okay, let's try again. We're spawning. We're spawning. We're in the world. And we're spawning. Okay, let's run around. Do the thing, do the stuff. Oop. You get a lot of bots in your chat. I only ever seem to get bots when I stream. I mean, yeah, I think they just go to like low viewer channels and spam their shit, you know? Not a big deal. Not that many. Not enough to where it's a problem, at least. Okay, we're gonna stop. Okay, we still hit it. So that one time was just a fluke. Oh my god, this is such an annoying issue. Is it still the metadata? Yeah. Let me throw a breakpoint here, I guess. And let me see if I can actually see the flag there. Okay. Context. Output data. Tag data. Tell me this element. Yeah, that one does not have async flags. Maybe you found a bug in Unreal. Well, this is like intended behavior. Like things that are marked with the async flag are not supposed to get cleaned up. And as of now, it is mostly my code. Is it input data? Let's check and make sure it's not input data. No, that one only has the proper flags. Okay. Let's write some code to kind of capture this scenario that's potentially happening here. Okay, we're gonna have to do some for loops here. For each. Come on. Writer is just chugging. Okay. Context. Input data. Dot tagged data. Tagged data. Okay, tagged data. Dot data. Not clear. Let's get internal flags. And then you do what? Like you do this. Async. Yeah, and then this is the boolean for B has async. Okay, so if we have an async flag, why are you mad? Let's just stop it. What are you mad at? Wait, didn't I see this somewhere? Isn't this how you do this? Oh no, you have to implicitly convert it to a boolean. Yeah, using the bang bang. Yeah, double bang there. Okay, so if has async, let's just log and we'll throw a breakpoint on it. So at least we can capture this goddamn scenario. Let's do. I'm just gonna copy and paste that for output data too. Dude, the so I'm trying out. Oh, wrong place. Never mind. What I was gonna say is I'm trying out Writer's AI coding assistant. I tried it out a while ago when it first came out, and it didn't seem to be that great, so I switched to using Copilot. But it seems like there's been a lot of updates to it because they just advertised to me like another free trial for it. So I'm trying that out. We're gonna see. We're seeing how the code completions are in comparison. And I'll say Copilot has been actually quite slow recently. Like I have not been getting the code completions as fast as I feel like I usually am. So, and I was going to say that since I turned that on, it seems to be conflicting with the Writer like IntelliSense auto completions, not the LLM auto completions. But it was just because I was using the wrong name in the wrong spot. So that is not the case. Okay, no breakpoints yet. No breakpoints yet. We're still loading things. Okay. Let's generate things now. Okay, we're generating things. Okay, things have been generated. Okay, that one worked fine. Good lord. Okay, we'll have to try it again. Don't you guys love inconsistent errors? Those are just like the fucking best, aren't they? Because, you know, there is nothing more I love than a challenge preventing me from progressing, because that is just so motivating. Can you tell I'm having a great time? Okay, things. Let's just keep moving. We'll just move. Okay, and okay, it's wow, shocker. When I actually have some code to catch this event happening, it doesn't happen. Oh boy, okay. Yeah, I'll just talk about some other plans I have for the game while I'm doing this, because this is not super entertaining. But kind of what I'm hoping to do with the game overall is I want a combination of 3 different genres that I think will be really cool. It's a game I've always wanted to play, but I don't think there is a game out there that fills the niche. And that is like an RPG plus Colony Sim plus Roguelite. Love all 3 of those game types, and I've always wanted to see it you know, melded together. And there are some games that have combined a couple of those, but not all 3. And so when I say RPG, I'm thinking something along the lines of like a vanilla WoW type vibe, not an MMO by any chance. Thank you for the follow. Phantasmal, welcome in. But I'm thinking something more along the lines of like World of Warcraft, like classes and skill trees and abilities and combat, kind of. So along the lines of that. And I want a Colony Sim, and I'm thinking something similar to RimWorld, one of my favorite games. There's a lot of depth there in the colony simulation and the random events that happen. And it's just a really fun, really replayable game. And I've always wanted to be down in the RimWorld world, like, because in that game you're just controlling the colonists from an omniscient perspective. But I actually want to be like among the colony, running around there. And I want to have like abilities and stuff, and I want to be able to give my colonists abilities and run around with them. And I also love roguelites a lot. I'm thinking something like Hades. I really love the and a lot of this is kind of getting, the dead horse is kind of getting beaten a little bit with this, but like the god, you know, gods grant you abilities that you randomly pick from. And so I'm kind of hoping to do that, but with like some of my own classes. Like you'll pick a class at the beginning of the game, you know, your traditional high fantasy classes that you see in a lot of RPGs. And then each class will have like a pool of abilities. Okay, it finally happened again. No, this is a different one. Right. But each class will have a pool of abilities to kind of, that will randomly roll each time you level up, maybe every couple levels or something. And what abilities you can get at each level will be dependent on your level. So there may be some lower level abilities, some higher level ones that replace them, you know. And maybe you just pick from a few, and you kind of build out your character as you go along. And then when you die, and you start over at level 1, and you go back to your colony. And depending on how you had your colony set up, you can potentially, you know, like maybe you had a lot of crafter colonists, so now you can get kitted out with some gear that you would not have had before. And that'll start your run over. So that's kind of the loop. Go out in the world, go explore, go you know, do some colony quests and stuff like that. Maybe you die, you come back, and the world, I'm planning on kind of like respawning things a little bit. Like I don't want level scaling at all. But I think what I'll do is like let's say there's a bandit outpost, right? Like you go in and you clear it out, right? You do some quest for it, you kill all the bandits, it's empty now. And then maybe when you die and you respawn, there's now either a new group of bandits or maybe some goblins took over it or something. And then that's what will like respawn stuff in the world, so that when you're starting over, you still have stuff to kill around your level. And that's going to kind of handle the level scaling part of it. So that's kind of the overall plan. Now, what the hell is this? Find and print still references to objects. Okay, so this is I believe this was going to trigger the assertion that I was trying to get rid of. But like it failed. Okay, so there was one just like empty object in here. Okay. Which is interesting considering these breakpoints didn't get hit at all. So either I wrote this wrong, or they become tagged as async or something later. Which perhaps I can copy this. Go to execute. Yeah, execute internal. Go to the end of this function. We'll put the same breakpoints here, and we'll see if that works. Now, I'm pretty sure this is how you check for this, and I think there is... I thought there was precedent for it. There we go. That's... internal flag mask. It was just internal object flags. Okay. Okay, so I think that works. Let's rebuild, and yeah, maybe this is getting set to async, getting tagged with async some later point. Am I creating anything in here? I don't see it. Ah, yes, Funky Wunks. For function in Funky Wunks. Call function. Who wrote that code? Who did that? Yeah, I'm not seeing anywhere else that I'm... Again, an ISMC, but this is on the game thread at this point. At least it should be. Okay, yeah, we'll keep fucking trying then. We will keep trying. Okay. We get some stuff going here. Okay, let's just wait for it to get done generating. Oh, cool. Nice. Okay. And, okay, yeah, see, it's not happening now. But continuing my thoughts on the roguelike god granted abilities concept, I had this idea the other day that it would be cool to, like, if colonies in the world would kind of worship their own gods and kind of like if the lore of the game was like gods were created by or kind of manifested by worship, you know, and potentially you can have like a, you know, maybe a colony full of like fucking boar ranchers or something, and then they worship some boar god, and then the boars become venerated animals or something, and they get certain, you know, and then maybe, you know, those colonists can pick from certain abilities that are based on the precepts or memes of that god. And then you can unlock more precepts and memes like the further you worship that god. Or that colony does. And then, you know, the same goes for the player's colony, player ran colony. I thought that that would be kind of cool. And then maybe there are just some like those would be like lesser gods. And then there's like some greater gods, or like, you know, some sort of like primordial god or titan or whatever that are just kind of built into the game. But then there's like just a bunch of like precepts. And if you played RimWorld, I think you'll know what I mean by precepts. But just like a bunch of little things, like maybe there's like some like in RimWorld, you can create your own religion that gives you bonuses and drawbacks. And one of those might be like your religion is something along the lines of like, what's a good example? One of them is like you can like ritualistically blind your colonists, which, you know, makes them blind. But like a god willed into existence. Yeah, exactly. Lore wise, yes. But the blinded colonists, they have higher like psychic abilities because of it, because they're blinded. And then they can also see in the dark better because they just have like, I don't know, they're just like, the way they see is like by psychic shit, you know? So you can see in the dark better than people with eyes. So it's kind of like bonuses and benefits and drawbacks and stuff like that. So I think having things like that would be pretty cool. And that potentially gives you like what abilities you can pick from, maybe, or some certain, maybe there are class abilities and maybe there are some god abilities or something, where if like someone is following the religion, they kind of subscribe to that ability or something. And then they'll get like mood buffs or debuffs, right? Like if they're not if they're you know, worshiping this religion where they want their eyes gouged out, if they don't have their eyes gouged out, then they're unhappy. So they get a mood buff. Okay, so it's not happening anymore. I don't know what the hell is going on now. Because like if you think of a game like Hades, like the gods have their own sets of, each god has its own set of abilities. It's based on Greek gods. So like Zeus, of course, is the lightning related abilities. Poseidon is the water related abilities. And if I have classes, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do something like that. Because how would you do that for like a bunch of different classes, right? That would be kind of difficult. So maybe there are class abilities, maybe there are just kind of some god related passives. Okay, let's wait for it to finish generating, and I'm gonna stop again. We're gonna see if we can get this to happen. I don't know. It's happening. I don't know if it's because let's turn this back on. And we'll see if we can get this to happen. Maybe I fixed it? I don't know. I don't know. Some poetic justice would be interesting, like if there was a drought and people prayed for rain, you'd invent a rain god. Yeah, exactly, something like that. And he'd grant you control of water, or you know, or you'd have like some rain dance that you could do, and it would call down rain, you know, with a cooldown. Or if a village was at war, you could invent a war god. Yeah, exactly. And I was thinking, very similar to the way you're thinking, is like there's some like prerequisites to start getting, you know, god related abilities, or to start evolving a religion. And that would be like what you're saying, like there would have to be like either a drought or like a major fire or something like that. And you know, maybe I would spawn a random event, because like the way RimWorld does it is if too much of the map is on fire, it'll just spawn rain. That way it like doesn't actually end the game for you. But it's still like is an issue you need to deal with. And so maybe in order for the water god worship option to be an option, like something like that has to happen. And I was talking about like a boar god or something. Like you would need to have like a bunch of boars in order to start worshiping that, right? Like, yeah, but you're thinking exactly along the lines of what I'm thinking. Okay, interesting. So it happened it is, I guess, something to do with load PCG ISMCs then, maybe. Let me look at the output here. You're supposed to be up here. Oh my god. Go there. Yeah. Okay. And then maybe you need to like build a statue to that god or something like that to increase your god worship level or whatever. But to have environmental influences bringing cause to pray for those things would be very interesting. Yeah, I think maybe a combination of like just random environmental events and things that maybe you as a player, like if you know the game, you can just kind of like go towards, like I said with the boars, like if you want to like worship like some animal god, you need to get a bunch of those animals tamed. Stuff like that. Maybe if there's a famine and you have to go into the caves to get mushrooms, you can worship a mushroom god. Fungi god. Moxie, hey, Moxie, come here. Just sit. Good girl. Good girl. Okay, sit. Oh, this is a fatal. Is this fatal? No, it's breakpoint on the earlier one. Okay. It's still metadata. The metadata. Like, what is happening, man? This is so annoying. A load PCG say, yeah, so here's where I'm creating the objects. This is on a background thread, but I am also clearing the internal flags. Let me just throw a breakpoint here. I don't know, like... Makes my idea of walls with strengths and vulnerabilities seem quite simple. It's all about what you do with it. Moxie is choosing violence this morning. Hey, no, sit. What was I looking for here? Yeah, I'm trying to find where I call this new object such that the metadata still has these flags on it. This is such a stupid issue, man. And like I said, this is the issue that won't even be it won't even be a problem for package projects because it's just an assertion. But for development, it's just really annoying. I'm gonna throw a breakpoint right there. And let's just take a look at the save container after it's done loading. We'll see if any of its sub-objects have this flag on it. Something about metadata that won't die. Essentially, well, it's preventing other things from dying, is what's happening. It won't die, and by nature, it's not letting the world get killed. Okay. So we should hit this breakpoint once we get a chunk to render. Here we go. Okay, save container. What are you? Okay, so the container itself does not have the flags on it. Point data does not have the flags on it. For metadata does not have the flags on it. Okay, let's copy and paste that same check that I was doing. God, this is just horrendous. This whole file is just horrendously organized. I cannot wait to actually clean this up once I figure this out. Okay. So we need save container, point data, metadata, get internal flag. Okay, yeah, if that has async, breakpoint me. Just rebuild, let's get a clean slate. Nice clean slate. I think another cool idea, like when the player dies, I think it would be cool to actually like go into like a different realm, like you know, some sort of nether or underworld or you know, void or alternate dimension, or you know, wherever in the lore you go when you die, and then maybe you can find some of your previously killed colonists down there, and you can maybe bring them back. You know, random generated, of course, so. And maybe you have some currency down there, and that would be like I would think that that's how you would do the meta progression. Moxie, come here. Just stay here. You know, maybe you're going around gathering some like currency as you're traveling, as you're leveling up in the real world. But then when you die, you can actually spend that currency. Oh god, I'm stuck swinging. Okay, this is just what we're gonna do. This is my own homegrown animation, so don't make fun of it. I know it's bad. Why did I put that there on purpose? I think I did. I just wanted to take a peek at this stuff. And none of that has flags on it, async flags. What happens if I switch weapons? Okay, it stops. I do have deformable terrain as well, although it works terribly, and I need to go back over that and fix that. Let's end. Okay, it's still happening. I never hit the breakpoint though. What? Where is this? Where is this happening? Maybe like the Mass Effect Paragon system. Tell me about that. I've never played Mass Effect. What is that system? Like, I am literally putting breakpoints everywhere I can, checking for this flag. It seems to be commonly this flax save container. Do good deeds to earn favors from the afterlife. I guess that, yeah, I guess that's kind of similar. Although I was just thinking more so just like straight up like some sort of like you gain power in some way. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but yeah, it always seems to be like this flax is a common one, which flax would be one of the ones that are loaded. It definitely has something to do with this. What else can I do though? Like, I'm doing everything I need to. You can make dialogue choices that made you good or bad, and it has some story outcomes. Yeah, I've thought about something like that, although I think I would want to do something a little more dynamic. Like, I don't know if I would just want to have a hard good and bad. Like, I think what I would have instead is just like every colonist has a like opinion or relationship stat, and the choices you make can affect that positively or negatively. And then me feeding the LLM with that data would be like, yeah, this colonist doesn't like the player that they're talking to. And then that would kind of create the story outcomes in a like dynamic way. Because I just feel like it would be hard to just be like, yeah, this is a good choice, this is a bad choice. Okay, what does that mean? You know? I feel like that's a lot of work, honestly. Yeah, I don't know what the hell else I can do here. Is it when I'm... I hate how I've organized this. Load. Am I creating some here? Wicked Blue Ninja, hello, welcome in. We're trying to solve a really stupid issue. Perhaps there could be an assassin side quest that earns you favor from the god of death. Once you get to the afterlife, death would either help you out or make your next life harder. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Okay, so I guess I'm pre-creating everything here before it gets into load. Should I do this on the game thread? Like, does that make a difference? I would think no. I'm quite the noob. I watched a few of your vids on YouTube. Oh, no way. Crazy. Don't be any help. That's okay. It's okay. More than happy to answer questions and just have people to hang out with. I'm curious though, what videos, like, what led you here? I don't think my videos get very many views on YouTube. Let's see, I've got a grand total of 1 viewer on my YouTube live stream, and I think that's me. Okay, we're spawning. Things are happening. Okay, generating. Terrain vid. Like one of my old live streams, or like one of the. I have a couple videos I made, but not many. Like actual like pre-recorded videos. Okay, we hit this. We actually hit this now. Yeah, from 10 months ago. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. We've come a long way since then, I hope. Okay, so we got here. Okay, so we did load PCG save, and we are awaiting. Oh, that might be getting hit. That might get hit before this, actually, now. Lock, currently loading slots. Ooh, well, no, it shouldn't, because we're going to remove. I was like, who's this on my follow channels? I was like, oh, yeah. Wait, so did you follow like 10 months ago or something? Crazy. It's crazy how the internet is. What is that? Oh, a subscription. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Didn't have to do that. It was kind of you. Yeah, more than happy to go over anything, any of my systems in my game or anything if you have any questions. That goes for anyone. You don't have to subscribe for that kind of thing. But I do appreciate the subscription. Appreciate that. I wish I actually had some like emotes and stuff for subscribers. I have one. I think you get one emote with a subscription, if I'm not mistaken. And I can't even see it right now because my screen is too small. There we go. There's the emote. The one emote that I have. It's just my face saying hi. I don't care about that, yeah. I don't either, that's why I don't have it. But yeah, appreciate it nonetheless, thank you. Let's figure the fuck out what's going on here. Yeah, I think this is just maybe happening now because it's not getting cleared until afterwards, potentially. Yeah, it's happening very consistently now. Let's see if the assertion still gets hit. Okay. Well, let's run around too. Get some stuff generated. Okay. End. Yeah, okay, so still happening. Doesn't even matter. Does not matter at all. And the thing is, like this point data, I'm not even really using directly. Let me try something else here. We're gonna try this again. So I should have, like, the point data it's talking about should be like in my serialize, like my cache that I built for the serialized points. So I'm not just constantly loading and saving. I can actually read some from memory, keep a certain amount in memory. So I'm wondering if I can just look through that manually, which is gonna be a pain. Which will be pain. But maybe I can see that those have some async flags on them. Just to make things more complicated, your story can be influenced by the existence of certain gods and how they interact with each other. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, there's a god of fire and a god of water in close proximity in the heavens. There could be a fog in the land below while they're in conflict. Ah. So yeah, have the heavens be spatially related to the Middle Earth. Yeah, I do have in my notes, I just have a big ass Google Doc full of just random ass ideas. I do have in there somewhere something along the lines of like gods being in conflict with each other, and then colonies, potentially colonies that worship certain gods, therefore being in conflict with each other as well. And so, you know, if you want to worship a certain god to get some, oh fuck, I didn't mean to close there. Not what I wanted to do. But like maybe you want to worship it, change who you're worshiping for a certain benefit, but there's a nearby colony that will become hostile with you if you do that. Okay, let's do some running around. Okay, don't end the game. Instead, go to where my cache is being cached. Right there. Okay. So let me look at save containers. Point data. Where was the metadata? There it is. God, I don't want to have to dig through that many clicks. Is can I like expand all or something? I don't think so. Not, I mean, that would probably be worse to look through. Yeah, there's there's like 300 things in here. Okay, well, I guess I can see some of the flags here like this. But I don't think it's the outer PCG save container. That's the issue. So the least recently used should be at the top. Or no, this is the unordered list, so not necessarily. Okay, yeah, so I guess I can just kind of spot check some of these. I mean, what am I even going to do if I see one with an async flag on it? Should I even be saving this as PCG point data? I was doing that before because that's what the PCG system expected, but now I'm not really utilizing the PCG system fully. I'm like ejecting from it. So maybe I can, that's like, I don't know. Like I already have it saving the point data and reading from the point data. And it's somehow related. It is somehow related to me loading the PCG point data from disk into memory. Because when I'm not doing this, it stops happening. Clearing the flags on the game thread did not seem to make a difference. Load BCG save. What? Nothing interesting there. That's what I was looking at. And I already checked the save container after it loaded, right? So how are these getting set to 8? Maybe I can, let's search for this flag in the engine. Oh, there's a lot. Okay, fantastic. Oh, there's a lot. Clear internal flags, has any flags. Clear internal flags, has flag, clear, blah, blah, blah. Those are just comments. Set internal flags. Structure containing immediate data, intermediate data required for async loading of all exports of a package. I don't know. I don't know if that's related to creating a UOP. It doesn't sound like it. Although it is a source of setting internal flags on a U object. Interchange task import object. Yeah, I feel like that's probably not probably not something that happens. So maybe it is the async loading stuff. I mean, it has to be by process of elimination. Set internal flags. This is just async loading phase 2. I'm actually setting the async flag that I'm seeing. Although here's the flags to set. Create linker load exports. Yeah, I don't know. What else can I do to narrow this down? Like, even when I'm logging, I can. Because I was trying to figure out like at what stage is this getting marked as async, and I can't even figure that out because it's not none of my breakpoints are getting hit for checking for the async flag. So I am not fucking sure. Maybe go get yeah, maybe we can check as it's coming out of the cache. We'll see if it's there. I'm gonna rebuild this and I'm gonna run to the bathroom, take a break for a second. I might need to take my dogs outside. And I'll be back after. So BRB. Okay. As soon as you said that, my dog, it was like you heard the man pee time. Dog is a fan of the stream, I see. We love that. We love that. Okay, let's remember what the hell I was doing. Okay, yeah, when we're getting from the cache, we're gonna check if it has that flag. That's what we're doing. I have a German Shepherd. Nice. I have a Yorkie and a Maltese. They're quite smaller than a German Shepherd. CEO Purple Lurk. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. We're trying to get rid of a stupid little error here. Where we're spawning a bunch of stuff. We're creating a bunch of U objects on a background thread, which means they get this async flag on. Now, if you don't clear that, that means it will never be able to get garbage collected, which prevents the world from like shutting down properly, which just triggers a little assertion that's annoying to deal with during development. Now, I am clearing those flags everywhere that I feel like I need to, but it's still happening, so we're trying to get to the bottom of it. Yeah, see, there it is. And I can't figure out where this flag is getting set, because everywhere I check for the flag, I put a breakpoint on it. It just never gets hit. So we will put it there. We'll do it when we add the cache as well. Why not when we remove from the cache? Sure, there as well. This is a banger. This might be my favorite song on this list. Some of the WoW ones are pretty good too. The Warcraft ones. Yeah, see, here's where I'm clearing the flags. So right after it's created, so I don't understand, you know, what's going on. Save container save. Sure, why not put it there? We're gonna put breakpoints on some of these. Breakpoint. Oops. Okay. Okay, try it again. Okay. I could just like kind of like ignore this issue for now and move on, which is maybe what I'll do, and then maybe just try to look into it more offline. It would be very nice to fix this. Yes, it would. Okay. God, it runs for a long time. I mean, I am running this for a lot of chunks. I'm running it for every underground chunk as well, when it doesn't necessarily need to. But I will have graphs running for them, so good representation of what will be. Yeah, so none of the breakpoints got hit again. Yeah, I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, I guess we'll just try to move on. I don't know, I have all these breakpoints and logs everywhere that I'm gonna need to delete. Just fix up metadata, dude. Metadata flatten. Okay, let's go through and just clean this up then. Get rid of all this. And let's press forward. Okay, so we do have it working the way we want to. And it's working well for every other purpose other than that issue. Now I need to make sure that everything I've commented out I don't actually need. So one of which is this one, where I am applying some data to the instanced static mesh components. We also are doing a little bit of a filter here on the mesh instances data. Because it kind of like duplicates the mesh instance data. Update mesh instance. Yeah, not a whole lot's happening here. I don't think I actually... I guess I am adding it to the instance list. Wait, how is it getting saved properly now? Well, there's also the... Populate save object with output data, right? That's happening in the terrain chunk now. Okay, so that's... Okay, that's what calls update mesh instance. Okay, so I think that part's fine. So I don't need to do that anymore. We got that. This one is the only one that I need covered, the descriptor index. Okay, so my other option would be here to do that, and I guess I don't really have the index past there. Add PCG ISMC, that's happening from the game thread during the execute step. And how am I coming up with the index? It's just the filtered mesh instance list. Okay. Maybe let me take a look here. And see what we're working with mesh instance list wise. Run live coding, get those updates. I may need to run this part. Maybe I'll just copy this over to the ISMC class. What do I need from the save container here? Nothing. So it can just be derived from the context. Okay. So I do want to take a look there though. Let's run that and then I'm going to put the breakpoint in once we've gotten some stuff going here. Okay. Yeah, I guess I need to run. Yeah. So what do we have here? ISMC, yeah, you won't have any index there. Save container, mesh instance list. Instances, okay, so none of these are empty anymore. I guess that was a byproduct of me fussing about with the points. So maybe I don't need to do the filter here. Environment item descriptors, we still have that as well. So I guess maybe the... instances. Look at context real quick. The spawner context, mesh instances data. Wait, there's only one here now. Oh, no, there's not. Oh, there's 10. And yeah, some of these are empty. Dude, my left click is not... Okay, sure, yeah. I wanted to expand the window, but that's cool too. Okay, let me go back and compare that with the save container. What do we have on there? Oh, right, because I'm storing like a flattened version of it. Right. Okay. Because really, what do I use that index for? Let me refresh my memory on that. Mesh descriptor index found say. Okay, yeah. So each instance static mesh component has an entry in my mesh instance lists on the save container. So a save container actually belongs to multiple, well, I should say there are multiple instance static meshes per save container. And I guess I was just finding it. No, I wasn't. We would iterate through. But I guess they should be in a... They should be in the same order, right? I guess maybe let me look here. Wait, can I please expand this? Well, let me open it up down here. That's probably a better way to look at it. Okay, so my first one in here is Small Rock. One is Small Rock. Okay, so let's just make sure that these are indeed in order. Fern comes after that. Fern, yeah. Fern, another Small Rock 4, and that's important. There are multiple Small Rocks. That is Small Rock 4. Wonderful. Small Rock 2, followed by Medium Boulder. Okay. Small Rock 2 and Medium Boulder. Cool. Okay, so those are in order. Those are in the same order. Nuclear the Noob. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Lots of follows today. Appreciate it, everyone. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Where was that member? Here we go. So when I'm spawning the... Where is it? When I'm spawning the ISM, which is here, do I have like a... I just have the instance list. And I don't have the index. Which maybe I just passed the index instead of the list. Oh, context current data index? Okay. See, but the thing is, like, some of those are empty. And I don't know why it creates empty ones, but like I definitely don't want those instances. Yeah, and I do the early out there. Okay, so can't rely on that index. I guess I can just find the descriptor in the save container list and set it that way. So we have populate it with output data, save and cache PCG save. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, what do I want to do here? Because I don't have the information I actually need. I need to set this index, I suppose. Let me look how this is used again. This is old code, so I don't exactly remember. Okay, so yeah, when we're removing a... Well, this whole thing should actually change now. Okay, so background. For my entity system, they're meant to interact with the world when the world is not actually rendered and spawned and everything. And so what I was doing before was just serializing things. And so when the entities are like on the other side of the world, away from the player, and they're just moving around on a nav mesh with nothing else. Like there's nothing else spawned or rendered or anything. So I was just reading from these serialized sets, and then like, when they would pick a mushroom, I would just find that point in the serialized data and remove it. And so what we're seeing here is remove PCG point. It would load the save container, figure out what instance list this ISMC that we're in belongs to on the save container. That's going to change a little bit because I think I'm going to start relying on the ISMCs just being in memory at all times because they don't actually take up that much memory. So that's cool. So maybe I just ignore this descriptor index. And if I need to, I suppose I can just go back through and match up the static mesh, right? Because the mesh instance lists PCG instance list. The descriptor is kind of the key here. Which is what has the static mesh on it. And we're trying to match that up to, I guess, what are we using here? Yeah, I guess we just need that to maintain the instance lists. But if those points are always going to be in memory, we don't even need to do that. So I don't want to like fix that right now. I want to like get this stable and committed and then maybe move over to that when we actually have entities spawned in the world. So maybe I just break this. Just comment it out for now. We'll do it quick and dirty just to make this like fucking compile. Find by predicate. This is a nasty syntax. There we go. Find by predicate, instance list. List dot descriptor dot static mesh equals get static mesh. Throw in this, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and this is oh yeah, this is a pointer. Okay. Why are you mad? Oh, otherwise, yeah. Return. Return. You can just return that condition. Okay. So we have a pointer to the instance list. Now, is this, I guess I need to dereference that pointer, or, there we go. Once I should do instance list and blah, 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 blah. Or rather, if there is no instance list, or it's not a valid index, that's the condition. Okay, so let's just delete that index now. And that's a good little shoe-in that theoretically should work. Yeah, this whole function is gonna die. What are we doing with this packed custom data? Are we doing? We're just setting. We're editing the context, which we're not doing that anymore. Okay, yeah, time to start. Let's just fucking delete it all. No one loves deleting my own code more. Serialized tag data, you're dead to me as well. Friendship ended. Now, I haven't tested the loading flow at all. Jesus Christ. Okay, so I kind of want to get this committed first, because this is going to be a dummy thick commit here. This is like a 2 week long, week and a half long commit. Yeah, goodbye. Select instances RNG, we are doing that. That is what we're doing. And that's a chunky boy, that's a big one. Apply environment item metadata, yeah, we're doing that. Anything else we can, any other entire functions? I don't think so. Well, this prepare data internal. Yeah, should we just go back? Yeah, let's just go back to using the internal one, because we had the same problem regardless, so that didn't do us any favors there. Now I think we can delete all this, and we can just return that directly now. Not doing that anymore. Oh, this is getting so much simpler. Okay, boom. Oh my god, look how small this function's getting. Oh, look at it. So we still have the save slot on the node. So I think maybe we'll leave that for now. Yeah, I think we'll leave that for now. Okay. This subsystem, I think, should be pretty stable now. I don't think there's anything I need to clean up, but yeah, maybe that. May I ask, what are you working on? Yeah, you may. Absolutely. So, let me go to this breakpoint. I'll show. So I have a procedural world. Here's the world map. A procedurally generated map. Deterministic based on a seed, so something you can think something like Minecraft. Each one of these pixels on here represents a terrain chunk that I have randomly generated, and these are each different biomes. Each color is a different biome. So this cyan one is a meadow, this blue or this red one mountain, blue one swamp, green one forest. And so for each one of these different biomes, I am using PCG, which is the procedural content generation framework in Unreal Engine, to spawn all the stuff on each chunk. Here's a terrain chunk. This is one of those pixels in the map. This is the meadows biome. So we have this meadow graph running to generate the points and spawn points, and to spawn these meshes. I built a couple of my own nodes within this graph to do this. One of which was an environment item spawner, is what I'm calling it. And that uses this data table it kind of picks from a set of data table row handles and does some RNG to decide what points should spawn. So like for these trees, each tree is a little different, and so it'll do that RNG, and it's eventually going to handle like regrowth. So like when you chop down a tree, it should regrow eventually. When you pick a mushroom, they should regrow eventually. Ignore the floating mushrooms. But that's the idea. And so we're refactoring that. That used to also do serialization. I would save all these points. Every point that one of these is spawned at, I would save it, including all the blades of grass. Which I'm doing that because I want to fully simulate the entire world, or at least as much as possible. How big each chunk? 12,000 Unreal Schmeckles. Big. Maximum resolution is 240 vertices by 240. And we also have the underground chunks as well. So there's an underground chunk, there's a chunk. There's a chunk, there's a chunk. Everywhere a chunk. You get the idea. And specifically, within that, what we're working on is we're refactoring the PCG nodes and just kind of the overall spawning of them, because we switched from doing a runtime partition hierarchical generated PCG mode to kind of just doing it ourselves on a per chunk basis. And so now you'll see that there's some of these points that exist and there's no chunk there. The chunk actor exists, but the mesh does not. I generate the vertex and triangle data for this, and we can look at a little bit of that. It's a little laggy, but you can kind of maybe one of these underground ones is a little bit better to look at. So you can see all these triangles and stuff here. I generate this data, but I don't actually use it to build a mesh for these ones out here. Why do I do that? Because I can still generate a nav mesh on it, despite some few issues I'll need to take care of. But you can see the nav mesh is there, even though the mesh is not generated. There's no collision there. That's important because of that full world simulation that I was talking about. I have an ECS system, entity component system, and that's how you handle like a massive amount of entities just moving around in memory. And so this nav mesh, there are going to be entities moving around on them that aren't actual actors, which is like the standard Unreal Engine way to do things. They're just going to be little pieces of data in memory that just get kind of moved around in the background threads. That's why I need the nav mesh there. And I don't want to, I'm trying to just save on memory. So that's why I don't actually render the mesh. Because there's some rendering information that gets stored. There's some collision data that gets stored. So I don't want that. However, PCG points affect the nav mesh. You can see that, right? You can't run through a tree. I don't want my entities running through trees. Same with building. I have a building system in here as well. And so whenever a colonist, not only do I want these points like serialized so that I can query them when a colonist needs, when you go tell a colonist to chop wood, he needs to know where the wood is, even though it's maybe not necessarily spawned. Although now I think I'm leaning towards that they will be spawned, just not rendered. But it can query these serialized points, can move to the location, and it can chop it down. Won't actually be chopping it down, but it'll be performing some operations in memory. And then I need to update the nav mesh, right? Or if I tell them to go mine some stone or something, right? They're going to chop up this stone, and it needs to affect the nav mesh. There's also terrain deformation as well. And that needs to update the nav mesh. So all of that needs to happen in memory when the things aren't actually loaded, or rendered, I should say. And so all of the changes we're doing now are to facilitate that. And so you'll notice like this grass, the grass doesn't actually affect the nav mesh at all. And there is a ton of points. There are a ton of points for the grass, for all the foliage. So I was changing the system to not even add those. Like those are ones that get unloaded and saved and serialized. I don't need those in memory. They don't do anything, right? They're just for looks. So I'm only going to load the things that actually affect the nav mesh. There are some things that, like these mushrooms, those do have some gameplay value in. Like a colonist can go pick that up and eat it. I still don't need that because it doesn't affect the nav mesh. So that is where the colonist will be reading from these little data sets from disk and removing the points from them and then saving them back to disk. And I have a little cache system that'll help facilitate that. The grass is PCG as well. Yep, everything spawned is PCG. So that is what I'm working on. And we've got it kind of working how I want to. And so if I keep running, we'll see some more stuff generate in the distance. I'm not generating the full world right now just for development purposes, but you can see the logs just going crazy. So it's that one you saw in the distance over here. That one just changed to a rendered chunk. The data was already built for it, but because I came into view distance, it popped into view. And then you'll notice that the grass is also spawned for that one now too, when it wasn't before. And so that was reading from those serialized data sets to add those. Those trees are popping up in the distance. We're just getting within their view distance. Those were already spawned and added. Now we're generating more. And so the nav mesh, the primary slowdown that we see is the nav mesh sorting the dirty nav tiles. And that'll probably be one of the things I work on next. I have a way to move that into the background thread instead of the game thread, which I think is kind of bad. But yeah. So we're getting towards the edge of this zone that we looked at on the map here. So there's a border there, and that's what that mountain is. And this white dot here is actually this entrance into the other zone. So there's that forest zone over there. It says swamp, and that's because I only have 2 graphs right now. But yeah, that's what we're working on. That's what we're working on. And there was a very stupid issue happening, still happening, that when I end play here, some of the stuff that some of these points rely on this metadata object that has an async flag attached to it, which prevents it from getting garbage collected, which prevents the world from shutting down properly. And it doesn't actually affect anything. It's just like an assertion that gets hit, but it's super annoying for development. So I've been trying to get rid of it, but unsuccessfully. And so yeah, the nav mesh should be rendering, and it's incredibly laggy. Yeah, I think the trees being spawned underground, the nav mesh does not like that. But yeah, so you can see, even though we ran all the way over here, the nav mesh is still in memory there. And that's going to allow my colonists my entities to move around. But yeah, as soon as I turn that off, it's fine. Let's end this. There we go. There's the stupid issue that I can just skip through. And we're good. I'm just gonna assume that we don't need that. We can delete that. PCG save slot names. I think I was using this for serialization, which I think maybe should just be handled by the individual terrain chunks rather than the subsystem. Or rather, the subsystem should be asking the chunks what save files it has, rather than having this master list in here. We're using this anywhere still? Yeah, we are. We're using it in a lot of places. Okay, on serialize. Okay, I guess just mostly in on serialize, which isn't working right now. Oh, right, and then we're getter load PCG. Okay, so we're loading based on the terrain chunk coordinate when it loads in. Yeah. Which I'll do more with this, I think, after this commit, because right now I'm just testing the save flow, not the load flow. How I've changed it is before, like, PCG would just always run with its runtime partition hierarchical mode, and that was really fucking complicated. I had it working, but like it was not as optimal as it could be. So I have it a lot more optimal now, a lot more simple as well. For great things. And it just should make things a lot easier. Okay, I think this looks okay for now. I do want to delete PCG save slot names, but I think that'll be after I fix the load stuff, because I know that just is not going to work now anymore. And I'm preparing to commit this. Prepare yourself. Let's move this back up. Echo Supreme, thank you for the follow. Hit that. Welcome in. Welcome in. Move this back up to where it's relevant. Locality is important. Locality of code is important. That's just I do like that log. I'm going to keep that log. That's a very informative log. Yeah, there's still some things like the save slot name. I want to get rid of that as well. This is just getting into a large commit, so I think this is where I'm going to pinch that off. Render PCG. What is this? Oh, yeah. So this is all fine. That was there before. Okay, let's look at this commit. Why is that commit message there? That's not the case anymore. Okay, so what did I change here? Oh, I just added a log. Okay, yeah. Line distance calculator. I think I just logged some stuff there, yeah. Rain chunk. Yeah, a lot changed here. For the better. You can get rid of that because we're clearing it in the other file. This, yeah, I don't think we need this anymore either. That'll be for the serialization case, which I don't have implemented right now, so delete that. Am I using Git? Yes, I am. Yeah, I work solo, so I don't need any of the per-force checking out of assets or anything, so I just toss them all in Git. It's free, and I know how to use it, so... And for those reasons, I'm in. Okay, so this is pretty substantial refactor. I want to do more with the refactor, but refactor... environment, item spawning... let's say refactor... serialization out of environment item spawner into terrain chunk, and then refactor serialization system more better. That's essentially what we've done here. There's a lot of optimizations and stuff like that, but that's just like a whole lot of nuance for a commit message. Okay, boom. Boom, done. Ship it. Oh god, okay, hang on. Hang on. I gotta fucking... Oh, I have to sign in here, which means I have to turn off shit. Hang on. Turn off the button guy. Okay. Okay. Whenever I try to use Git for Unreal projects, GitHub likes to complain about the large files. I forget what I did about that. I may have actually excluded them from Git now that I'm thinking about it. And then I just have, yeah, I think that's what I use Google Drive for. Like Google Drive just runs for my content folders. Is that what I did? Or did I think I looked around in Git to enable it or something. I forget what I did. Oh yeah, my content folder isn't in my Git repo. So yeah, I think I'm just backing that up. So yeah, no version control for my assets, for my blueprints and stuff, but I don't use those a whole lot anyway. Yeah, the assets version control leaves a lot to be desired, doesn't it? Like, you'd think they would have built something. Because, like, what I would want to see is, like... Let's just fucking open, like, my player character, which looks like dog shit, but... Like, what I would want to see is, like... Open up a side-by-side pane in here, maybe top and bottom. And then highlight which nodes have changed with, like, you know, red if they were deleted, green if they were added, blue if they were just changed. Like, that's what I would want to see. And I don't know that's not how it works, right? Like, you have to check out, like, a blueprint and no one else can edit it. And then you push it. As far as I know. Yeah, okay, so what am I doing now? What are we doing now? That'd be amazing. Yeah, I feel like... I mean, it's like a no-brainer. I'm surprised Epic hasn't done something about that. Okay, so now that we got that committed, I feel clean. But a few things I want to do. I think the first thing I want to do is I want to split out the serialization part from this procedural terrain subsystem because it's kind of its own thing now. Turns out they did do it. Let's see. New div tool. God, look how much you have to do to even use it, though. Huh. So yeah, they do have it in a way. But, like, I assume you still have to have perforce or something set up, right? And you can't, two people can't edit the same file, I assume. which is the next issue. Yeah, when did this come out? Yeah, and you have to pay for Perforce? Feels bad. Cool though. It's good to have in the back pocket. Okay, yeah, I want to bust some of this stuff out. Yeah, I want to bust some of this out. Why do you mention explicitly a burning hatred for Quaternions? There's no burning solution anyways. They make no sense. Yeah, there you go. Nuclear the noob gets it. That's about as deep as that hatred goes. Yeah, the math fucking sucks. I understand the Euler angles. I understand that there's gimbal lock involved. But yeah, Quaternions fucking suck to work with. And I hate them. And rotational math is horrible. Okay, so what would I call this system? I'm trying to come up with a name in my head here. It is specifically related to PCG, but like I could it's really a generic thing. Where really just anything that extends from this save container class could work with. It's really just like a cached save system. And should this just be an engine subsystem, or should it be... This is a world subsystem, so I guess we'll just keep it as world subsystem. What do I want to save this? Cacheable save system? Subsystem? Serialized cache? Cache serialized? Cache saves? Serialized with cache? Subsystem? I think just something like cached save subsystem. That's nice and simple. Gets the point across. Okay. Start copying shit. Mathematical complexity Quaternions uses four-dimensional algebra that can be extremely unintuitive compared to... What did you like Chat GPT that or something? You asked Chat GPT why people hate Quaternions. Okay. I think everything from here down can go. Yes. Not mad at it. I get it. Find PCG ISMC. Chat Jippity. I see we have some Primogen followers. Yeah, Chat Jippity definitely cannot understand. You can only feign understanding for The burning hatred of quaternions that only a human can know. Unserialize. Yeah, I don't know that I want that anymore. We're gonna copy it over anyway. It should be. Should be there. CG subsystem. Okay, let's did I delete it all or did I just copy it? No, I deleted it. Good. Good. Okay. You go over there. Now I'm gonna have to grab a bunch of this shit. Just copy all of it and then I'll delete what I don't need. I definitely don't need those. Now, I think I may move the save container class in here as well. Maybe it can be in its own file. Oh, tickable. I need it to be a tickable world subsystem. Okay. On world finish loading. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need any of that. I don't think I need game mode at all. Nope. Okay. We can delete that. Game state, I assume, as well. Yep. Okay. Delete it all. Player needs to spawn. Don't need that. Don't need that. I don't think we need that. No. Currently saving slots, loading slots, save infos. Yeah, we'll refactor some of this later to be generic as well. PCG subsystem. Did we use that anymore? Nope. Cool. Initialize. I wasn't really using that anyway. Okay, let's move this over here now. On world begin play. I don't think I'm using that either. On serialize. That is. Where did this thing go? There it is. We're inheriting from save game object as well. Okay. Okay, so we can delete some of this stuff now from here. Yeah, delete all that. Yeah, I think I want to further get PCG grid cell. I may need that. Okay, PCG save container. Let's just let's move that too. So I think this is like resolving now. This is not. Oh yeah, we need to change this. Change that to the cache save subsystem. Yes, let's import our log macros. Yep. What else we got? Save container. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna get that over here soon. On terrain loaded. I don't. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's get rid of all these. Okay. Let's create a file for the save container as well. That's kind of like a dependency of the subsystem, so I'm going to put that in the subsystem folder. And that's just how it's going to be. Is that a U object? Well, we'll make it a U object anyway. I think it should be a U. Save container. And this is actually going to be like a generic class. Let me compare this with what I have for this one. Yeah, I really just need the save and load functions. Save slot name as well. Yeah, we'll bring the hash stuff over. Which do I need that? I think this doesn't actually work because it's going to be a pointer, and you cannot compare pointers like that. Like when you compare a pointer or store it in a set or something, it doesn't end up actually using these because it uses the built-in pointer ones, which just compares the memory address. I don't think these actually work. I guess we'll see. But I suppose these are just going to be fsave container callback. Yeah, we'll have to copy that over too. Maybe we switch to using delegates as well, something a little stronger. Okay. And this is just kind of like the base implementation of this function here. Let me go take a peek at the ones I have. So they do return a task. I guess, can I return a task that like does nothing? Are there any like statics I can use here? No T optional here? Well, it shouldn't be. It should not be optional. When you save, you should always get a task. This is just the base implementation of it, which does nothing. So I'm really just trying to get it to resolve. So maybe I'll just return. Maybe I'll just return that. Call the callback as well. So this is like a... Wait, no, this needs to be a pure virtual, right? And then that way I don't need the base implementation. Or then do I need the how does this work again? Give me an example. Because pure virtual like forces it to be implemented, right? Pure virtual not implemented. Yeah. So I just do this and then like I inline that. Okay. Turn pure virtual. Do that. Wait, how did they use it? Virtual blah blah blah. Oh, okay, so you don't you put the return in here and you do that. Is that right? This feels naughty. This feels naughty. No return statement in a function returning non-void. What's the fucking syntax here again? What is the... It needs the function... Oh, the function name? Is that what it's... Is that what you're complaining about? Well, I'm also doing this in the wrong one. Wrong one. Your virtual... and then we pass in save container, save, return, nothing. Do I need the return? Yeah, I need the return. So I want to F task. Why are you mad at me? Why are you mad? I'm right. Oh, it wants a semicolon there. Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't even let me. Okay. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, it also, okay, I'm gonna copy that because writer's not letting me type that. There we go. Jesus Christ. So writer was being annoying there. Okay. I think you need, I think you still need the method declaration. I don't know. I didn't see it in that other file I was just looking at. Yeah, it just goes to usages, so I don't think there is one. I guess we'll make it blueprintable just because the previous one was. PCG save container now extends from U save container. Which I suppose this isn't used in this file at all anymore, right? Other than declaring its methods. Yeah, okay, so let's move this whole thing. That's going to go away. These are going to be now be override. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. We'll get there. We will get there. PCG just inherit from you object for now. I'll update you. Can we actually just plop the whole thing down there? Cool. Cool. Okay. Okay. So now go back into here. Yes, I know. I know it hurts. I know. Just bear with me, interpreter. Bear with me. We will import the gameplay statics, our log macros, save system. Yeah, sure. Yes, just import all of the things. Yeah. Okay. So now we're resolved. What are you complaining about? God, my click button is. Yeah, this is now not in here anymore either. Don't know why that was just hanging out in the middle of that. Plop that back in there. Feels bad. Gotta import terrain chunk. Tightly coupled things. Okay. Task? I don't think I need that in there. Do I even need this in here? I don't think so. Nope. Okay, get rid of those forward declarations as well. Okay, that feels a lot cleaner. That feels a lot cleaner. Is everything happy? No. Right. Okay, so now I got to change all these UPCG save containers to just U save container to be generic. Dare I replace all? I do. And I'll need to import this, I think, in... Yeah, I need to import it in the header. So that should get that ironed out. Oh yeah, so I need to change this to happen in the... What is this? In the load? Yeah, that needs to go into the PCG load here. Except for this one. This one can go back in here. Because that is the... I should move... Let me move save slot name over in there. That is the one thing that can be... Save slot name and data size. Can go in the base class. No, nothing else matters. What are you mad at now? It's not implemented. Why? Oh yeah, we need to change these now too. Place all there. Yeah, and don't... Porting the wrong one. Point data, yeah, let's just get rid of PCG save infos for now. That is a bit of specific information that we no longer... let's just delete it. Let's just delete it all. If we want that level of debugging, we will re-implement that. Okay. Okay, is everything happy? Everything happy. No, I see a boo-boo. Okay, save PCG, save internal. Yeah, if we don't have any points, we don't save it. Do I just get rid of that functionality? I could have like a, should save function that can be implemented. That's not a bad idea. Do not have a virtual specifier. What? It do though. It do. It has one. Oh, I have to put it here. I forgot. Yeah, there we go. God, C++ is so verbose. It actually kind of makes me miss JavaScript, and I'm not joking that much. Okay, save container point. Yeah, yeah, let's just do a quick and dirty little should save function. Virtual bool should save. And this one I don't think I will make that pure virtual. I think that can just be it should be yeah. It's good. We're just gonna return true here. And then save container, override, Of course, it's not going to compile my shit yet. Okay, we'll do it ourselves. Oh, that's a nice autocomplete. Yeah, that was right. That was right. Okay, so save container should save. Yeah, we're not going to save any. If we have no points, we're not going to save that. Okay, yeah, you need to be deleted right there. Let's do this. Yeah. We need the GC guard, right? Okay, we are scope guarding that one. We're not clearing. Clear kernel flags async. Okay, that got lost in the crossfire. That's okay. Oh, we are clearing internal flags here. That's okay. We'll keep it together. Keep it together. GC scope guard that. In case. I don't know, like this load could be called from background thread. I believe it is from here, so. Let's just compile and see if it see if any other issues are gonna pop up here. Tell me where it hurts. Tell me where it hurts on Unreal Engine. Am I using this? Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, we'll import that. That's probably not even working, but we'll import it anyway. Get or load PCG saves. Okay, so here's, I guess, where I need to connect the two subsystems together. Well, let's get a reference to the subsystem. Yeah, we can do that, right? If it works for this one, it should work for the other one. What did I call it? The object pointer. Hey, a subscription, Nuclear. Thank you. 2 subs today. That's crazy. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Appreciate the support. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. And happy to have people hanging out with me. Where the hell was I? Did I just put that in the wrong file? Wait, where? I was in here. Oh, it moved. Okay, yeah. Put that there. No, I put the wrong one. Yeah, I like my headers on the left. Okay. Okay, so now we have that subsystem. Now we can connect it. Save containers. Ooh, I am gonna have to cast it, aren't I? I mean, shouldn't that work though? You can't do that? Okay, so I have PCG save container, extending save container. I have this function get or load PCG saves. It takes in a reference, and I think that's probably the important part, to a tset of U save container, which is the base class this. But I guess it doesn't, because it's a reference, it doesn't like that. I'm wondering if it became a pointer, like if I did a pointer here. Which is weird, I know. I don't like it, but I'm just testing to see here. Save containers, create the pointer. It still doesn't like that. One extends from the other. I feel like that should be fine, right? Or do I have this set up wrong? Is it because it's in a T-set? I mean, I can just cast, it's fine. It's just a little annoying, I suppose. Go back to a ref, just because that's what it was before. Okay. Call that base save container, and then I'll just do a upcg save container. Yeah, nice autocomplete there. Load PCG save, so another cache PCG subsystem. There we go. or cache save subsystem. Okay, now here, I guess I need to. I wonder if I should template these functions. Let's just cast. Just do the easiest version of it now. Okay. Are we happy now? Are we happy now? Place your bets. We're not. If you guessed no, you were correct. Yes, we are no longer using the terrain subsystem for this. I will need a reference to another subsystem. What was that autocomplete? What was that? Do I need... I do need it to be a PCG save container. Yeah, I mean, I'm casting a lot here, so maybe I'll go back and update that to be templated, because that's just that would just make it a little easier to use. Any other ouchies? Yeah, we got some boo-boos in the terrain chunk as well, and that makes sense. Stop that. You'd think I had a new keyboard with the way I'm just fat fingering everything. Oh, I named it ucache subsystem. Yeah, that's weird. I get that. I need to clean my mouse, man. My left click is becoming very annoying. Okay. Will it build? Will it build? So far it's doing nothing. There we go. Now it's going. And then we get to play Will It Work? Which is it's an even funner game than Will It Build? A lot more rules. Okay, it did build. Okay. And I guess let's just play. Immediate failure. This popped up before. This popped up before. I don't think this has anything to do with the refactor we just did. Yeah, this is the default, this stupid ass default value thing. Okay, so this is one that there's the default value. Like it's just none. It's a string. Why does that get like invalidated? Let me look at the static mesh attributes. Are you feeling okay? I don't think it is. This has got to be some sort of background thread shenanigan happening here. The point data is none. I don't know if that matters. That's just the name. It does have points. I don't name it anything, so. The name none is suspicious, though. Is this getting garbage collected? Is that why? Should I not clear the async flags until afterwards? Let's move that back down to the bottom, because we did have that there before we refactored. Try again. Okay, no issues yet. Everything looks loaded. Let's pop out and look around a little bit. Yep, points are looking good. No grass spawned on here, but we are seeing the nav mesh affecting points getting spawned. Okay. Let's move. Okay, we hit an issue. Oh, yeah, I guess we're just creating a blank save container. That makes sense. Okay, so I think these do need to be templated. Like this, at least load has to be templated. How do you, how do you make sure that the T is like a subclass of something? Let me look that up. Template T subclass. But how do I use it in like a templated argument? Yeah, I think this is what I'm asking. Class blah. Oh, it's just he does an assert. A static assert. Is there an Unreal Engine way? Restrict C++ template parameter to subclass. So where would I put this for my case? Because I'm using it for a function. Yeah, let me look at, I always use the template requires. Template requires has been deprecated. Please use UE requires instead. Okay. Is integral. Okay. Yeah, the syntax is not whatever this like actual C++ code is convertible. I'm sure there's one. I mean, probably the one I was just looking at. I want to see the Git component by class. So how do they do it here? Oh, they put this. Okay, they just do the static assert inside. Okay, let's do that then. We'll copy what they do here. Copy that. Copy. Okay. And they just pop that right down there. Must be derived from use save container. Concepts. The spicy part of C++ syntax parsing. Yeah, what you said. I was about to say the same thing. Yeah. The pointer is convertible from. Okay. So then I need to create a new object of t. And then do I still get that? It's just not gonna, writer doesn't know how to handle it though. Oh my god, I have to like template this all the way up through all the functions. Yeah, I guess I have to. And then this one needs to be templated. At least it's not as bad as S-Spinay. Spinay. Is that like a type of pasta? Okay. Oh god, this is gonna be a bigger pain than I thought. Okay. Okay. We'll fucking do it. We'll fucking do it. The okay, do you resolve now? That should be a T as well. Oh, I hate this. Oh, this is so messy. I don't like this anymore. I don't like this anymore. I could change this to as in the created object beforehand. Like the caller of this function should create it. And I'm realizing this is called load PCG save when it probably shouldn't anymore. Oh man. Template metaprogramming and SFNA are the quaternions of the programming language world. I'll have to take your word for that. Okay, so yeah, I could just change the callers to allocate the save container up front. And then just pass that in and then derive the class from that. I think that would actually be cleaner, and it would actually allow my code to resolve with writer. And they deserve therapy. Yeah, I don't like the template anymore. I don't like it. See, if there is an existing save, I guess I would just be setting the pointer to that pointer. But if there's not, we need to load one, which requires that to be created. Well, then, you know, the old new object gets kind of... it's like deleted. Yeah, what do I... maybe I can... I pass it by ref? Does that make sense? Probably not. Okay, would turning this into structs make it any easier? I could actually store the structs. I could actually end up using that hashing function. Can you define templated methods in CPP files? Was that always a thing? I know it's like it throws a fit on some level. But like I'm pretty sure they do it here. Hang on. Get by class. Maybe not. Maybe not. So maybe my code won't compile. I thought there was a way to do it. Maybe you just couldn't do it with U functions. But it looks like they just create a wrapper for the non-templated version, and then they just cast. Yeah, they pass the subclass and they use that. So yeah, probably not gonna work the way I have it anyway. I mean, I could just define it in the header file. Kind of annoying, but not a big deal. But I kind of just don't even want to do it that way anymore. Anyways. Yeah, I mean, I think it is a little weird to like allocate a pointer or allocate a U object. I'm back. Did you figure out why I was giving you the metadata error? No, I just moved past that. I'll have to look into that more offline. Super dumb and annoying. We've been moving on to some additional refactors, and now we're trying to figure out if we should use a template argument or pass in a instantiated U object. Could just pass in a T subclass of. Yes. No. Yes. Yeah, because you can use that in the new object syntax, right? This has like a class parameter, or no? If it doesn't, then no, I don't think I can. I know the actor one has one. Yeah, so there's no... Yeah, so how would I use that to create the class then? So not... New object does not seem to accept a class param. It has to be templated, it looks like. Specify the class? Yeah, I know how to do that. I don't like the... It's not very clean when I do that because I have to bubble that up through all the functions. That's what I have right now. Yeah, that's what I have right now. There you go, right there. I don't like the static asserts. I don't like that I don't get the actual, like... writer doesn't know what to do with this. Right, I don't like that. It feels awkward. It feels a bit unintuitive. So I think I'm thinking about passing in a created U object. But then how would I, for this one where I'm like just getting a bunch of Dave containers, how would I know how many I would need? I guess in the future I'm going to change this to the terrain chunk. Have you considered an ugly compiler macro? Oh boy, do I have an ugly compiler macro for you. Let's check out my compute shader here. Is it in marching cubes? No, it's not. Hang on. I have some macros for you, buddy. And even better, they're HLSL macros. There we go. Look at that bad boy. And guess what? We are using even more than just this. There we go. There's another one. And this actually is a lot better than having to retype out everything. Here's the alternative. I pass in 8 structs. I have one of these for each of the 8 because that's how HLSL has to work, right? That's how you have to do it in shaders. There's not a whole lot of struct support. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, that was a hell of a time. I don't think you can pass in static class to the new object macro unless there was another one I didn't see. Let me look again. Oh yeah, you can. There's one. Okay, so that's an option too. And so what does it do with the class? What does it end up doing with the class? Params. I guess that's just part of the static construct object internal. Well, it sounds like you already know more than me when it comes to shader shenanigans. Yeah, dude, setting up a compute shader in Unreal Engine is like way more difficult than it needs to be. Like in Unity, you can just like use it, right? It just works. Unreal Engine, there's so much fucking boilerplate you have to go through. I don't know if you can use structs in Unity shaders though. This is like for my parameterized noise. Like each of these are parameters on my noise settings, and so each biome has different info in here, and I need all of them to blend between I need all of the 8 neighbors for a chunk. And so that's how I get that. It's ugly, but it worked. T subclass of, let me think of that. I still have to bubble that through all the function calls. They're a bit annoying. Okay, one thing's for sure, I'm not going to use the templates, so let's get rid of that. The downside is I have to return the generic form of it. Now that would still be the case even if I did the T subclass of, and then I would have to cast it, but the caller would have to cast it still, which is annoying for the caller. But if the caller were to create the save container themselves and pass it in, then there would be no need for the caller to cast because it would already be created as the casted version. Why are you not implemented? Am I dumb? What am I missing here? Why aren't these... Okay, it was just Ryder lying to me, gaslighting me. I guess the only thing that's making me hesitate between making the caller pass it in is like we just have this pointer dangling around that I'm only using this in one place. That's going to fucking change anyway. We have pointers hanging out that are not there is a moment of time where they're not added on a U property or anything. I think this whole interface is going to change, actually, though. So, yeah, how deep do I want to think about this? Yeah, because we're just using this list of save slot names that's like not even populated at this point in time. And this is called from get desired PCG points, also from unserialized, which again does nothing. God, I really want to kick this decision down the road, but to do that, I just have to go down the road. I don't want to go down the road. Okay, let me think here. Where was I? I'm gonna delete everything out of here so this stops showing up in yeah, it's gonna change. Everything's gonna change there. Okay, so this is the only place it's called from. Get desired PCG points, which is called from the ISMC, I believe. Well, it's called from a lot of things. Right, this is my query. Yeah, this is querying things. Okay. Okay. So there is going to need to be... Yeah, these are called from all my colonist tasks. Boop, beep, boop, boop. I'm getting all of the... right, get grid cells within. Okay. So this is going to be actually terrain chunk coordinate. I need to update this. And I maybe I can store... Maybe I can store the save containers on the terrain chunk. This is all super annoying because I made it generic and I'm not actually using it in a generic way. I'm only using it for one thing. So do I just want to make it go back to not being generic because of this stupid issue? I mean, all I'm trying to do is like make myself not cast. So maybe I'll just go with the easy thing and do the T subclass. T subclass of. And wait, what was the issue I even hit to begin with? Oh yeah, we were using the... Yeah, we were creating... Okay, yeah, so we need to pass in a T subclass of... Use save container class. Perfect. Which means I'll need to pass it in up there as well. Annoying, but it's what we have to do. Is there one where I can do name and class? Oh, it's class then name. Nice. Okay, so now we should not be calling the unimplemented versions. And actually, if I didn't make those pure virtual, that would have actually been kind of annoying to figure out why it wasn't actually saving or loading anything. So that kind of helped us out, actually. It's nice. Okay, does it compile now? Is that all I needed to do, actually? No, I need to pass that in all those different places. Yeah, there. So I guess we specify the type here. Okay, and then we're just gonna cast it. Yeah. Okay. Where else are you hurting? Load PCG save. Yeah. Okay. See if that compiles. I will need to be getting off soon. My dogs are getting hungry, as am I. So maybe once we get this working. Once we get it working, I'll do that. Okay. One more place? Yeah, one more place I gotta do it at. Okay. Look at that owl. Watch the new Black Mirror. Is that out now? That's awesome. I love that show. What did I do? All right. Are you gonna just absolutely crash on me? Okay, we're spawning. I mean, this happened last time. It was when I tried to load things, I guess, is when it didn't work, so. Wait for it all to stop generating. Okay. Let's run. Okay. We're not hitting any breakpoints or anything yet. Good sign, I think. Moxie, come here. So I think we're working now. We're unloading properly. Yes. Okay, let's keep moving. Moxie, come back here. I'm here. Good girl. Okay, sit. Good. Yeah, we're loading. Cool. Okay, so we're working. We are working. Nice. Okay, more refactors to do, unfortunately. More refactors to do. Okay, let's see who's on right now. Boom's on. Let's send you guys over to Boom. I'm going to be hopping off and getting some food, feeding the doggos. Thank you all for joining me. Appreciate, got a lot of follows today, some subs. Appreciate that from all of you. Appreciate it. Love having people to hang out with and talk game dev. So, yeah, until next time, I hope to stream tomorrow. So hopefully we'll see some of you again then. Yeah, so thanks everyone for watching. And I'll see you later.